Ladies and gentlemen, you've got to use weird flavors. It's a rule. It's a rule.
Butterscotch kind of is weird.
I was gonna say that butterscotch is on like.
Okay, wait. I gotta ask a question
spectrum.
because I've gotten shit from this a lot. Does anyone like tapioca pudding?
I
I
do.
don't think I've ever had tapioca pudding.
I've never actually had tapioca pudding.
I do.
I love tapioca
Yes, but
pudding.
I like tapioca pudding. I like rice pudding. Like
Oh, yeah, rice pudding good too.
Yeah.
I will fuck up a tub of rice pudding. Like it's a problem. Like, I can't buy.
That's how I
those,
feel
like,
about butterscotch.
But-
yo,
But
I've
Milagros, you're
been on
missing the best
streams.
kind of pudding.
I've missed.
Putting your foot up someone's ass.
Oh god.
Someone kick out Sam.
He's gone.
Oh look, he kicked himself out.
He kicked himself. And he
Sam
took the
protected
whole
himself.
bakery with him. God bless.
Oh, but the bakery's the best part.
Fuck y'all.
Yeah, that's why we're all trying to go to Gen Con next year.
Yeah.
All of us
Bruh.
this time.
Oh,
Bruh.
here's a quick thing. Do we want to do the Dag House again next year?
Yes.
I guess
If it's
fun.
cheaper, if it's
I'd
cheaper
be
on
down.
transit, yes. Hopefully
I'd be
by
down
that
for
time
that.
next year we'll be living out there.
Yeah, but you're gonna be
Oh,
like
wow.
a couple of hours from Indy, right? Or an hour from Indy? Oh, you muted Sam somehow.
Sam, you're
He can't hear us either.
Your headset.
In the call.
Sam, you're in
No,
call muted.
I totally can't tell what he's saying.
Oh,
No,
I-
you're still
Sam,
muted.
you're
It's
in
the
call muted.
There he goes. Now say something.
Oh, god damn it.
There you are.
There you
You're
are.
back now.
Why is my audio doing this? I fucking hate this thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Dinner and a Game, where things happen for no reason and we just sit here and ride with it.
Pretty much, yeah.
yeah, sounds about right.
There we go.
This is our first 5e game back from Gen Con. Most of us are over Con Crud. My wife is still down. She's in bed. She looks very cute. The covers are pulled up to here, and she's watching she's rewatching Sabrina on Netflix. So
Oh,
Good
nice.
choice.
Yep.
Good choice.
So she will be
Good
nice
shit,
and
good
comfy
shit.
and snuggled, and I will be listening for her coughing. So if I suddenly jump up and run away, it's because I'm helping her sit up because she's coughing too much. So, but in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for joining us. We really appreciate it. We are going to play some D&D tonight. We're going to be playing D&D in our custom homebrew world called Kingdoms of Mist. This is a world that I created because I loved the movie Treasure Planet, and I wanted to play that, but I wanted to keep it, because it's a sci-fi movie, really. I wanted to keep it on the fantasy side, so I created a worlds to do this in, and I basically populated them with some lore for it to make it happen. And these wonderful people have been helping me explore this world for the past 2 years. And so now we're getting down to I guess you'd say the end game of this campaign. Everyone's level 17. And we are headed to the dwarven homeworld of Kyrell, which was, because of actions that were taken, knocked out of its orbit and sent to the outer reaches of the habitable zone around this twin dwarf star system that currently all the planets orbit around. So not only was it put into an incredible trauma from having literally been thrown across the universe, but it was also had its ambient temperature drop. So the surface of the planet is almost completely frozen. And this happened roughly a year ago. The losses were staggering. And from where the actual impact happened, a huge rift erupted around the equatorial zone of the planet. And there is basically a volcanic chain around that, which is the only place that really can sustain life on the surface, because the volcanoes keep the atmosphere warm enough to where people can actually come out on the surface. And there's some things that can grow there, but it's also a mountain, so there's not really a lot to do with growing food or anything like that. So Kyrell is very much dependent on people sending aid to them. But the hardest part about Kyrell is because of the nature of the volcano chain. The area over the volcanoes is incredibly turbulent. Basically, it's flying through a hurricane. And if you try and come in from the land sides of Kyrell, your ship will probably freeze and get caked with ice and fall out of the sky. So the only real way is to come in from above, and it's not fun. And our heroes are getting ready to take the plunge in their own airship. And that's kind of where we left them off last week after they had a huge battle with, actually technically 2 huge battles. One they repelled a boarding action led by Utopia's great grandfather. And
Grandpa.
and then they went to board the pirate ship, during which they encountered a shadow red dragon, who gave them some problems, and Lissa's character decided to storm the deck of a ship loaded with undead by themselves.
Yes, and then I jumped onto the shadow dragon.
Then you jumped
This
out.
is fine.
She like literally just jumped off their sky squid, which was Cassie's character. Jumped off their sky squid, fought their way across the deck, and then jumped off the deck onto the dragon.
That
As
was
Barbarian
true.
does.
Yeah, that was true. Tanky, no thoughts, just vibe.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
speaking of
Going.
tanky, she should have fucking died, but she was too pissed off, so she didn't die. She
Also
was
Too
true.
She
angry
was
to
basically
die.
being
too angry to die.
Yeah, being
Um,
sustained by her endless rage.
Yes. Utopia got to
Fully ready to punch
explode a
herself in the
dragon.
face.
Yes.
Also
Fucking
amazing.
exploded that bitch.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh man, so it was a very active game last week, and we're in
Yes,
for more of the
indeedy.
same. So let's go ahead and say hi to everybody and see how everyone's doing this week after we've come back from the Gen Con madness. So let's start out with Sam.
What up, y'all?
You look busy, so I figured I'd pick on you first.
When am I
Sam,
not busy with my schedule? Seriously.
true. How are you doing today, Sam?
A lot better than I was a few days ago, but that's just the thing.
Con crud.
More like going from con crud to somebody started spreading a different kind of crud at work, and that put me into like a 1-day fever. Not fun.
Nope. And who are you going to be playing tonight, Sam?
There's multiple ways to describe this.
Everyone's favorite war criminal.
Everyone's favorite
Better.
orb rider.
Everyone's favorite war criminal or brighter turned hero.
Turned hero.
He
Also
of many
Pillow Princess.
titles.
Our beloved.
The Karen
Because Sam's taking a drink
Commander.
and he can't say it. His Majesty Saint Pontiff King Chancellor Dr. Professor Abbot Lieutenant Prophet Pillow Princess Constable Big Brother Duck Father Hero Omega Drake. Our
I
beloved.
forgot about
Duck Father come from?
Our
What the fuck?
beloved.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
We've missed him. We've missed
Like
him
the way you
so
say all
much.
those titles, it almost sounds like you're pledging a frat, and that's like your frat big brother.
And your like underwear around your head and you're sitting sideways.
Big brother.
Okay, I don't know if I might be in like a weird age range for this. Do y'all know the cartoon Chowder?
Yep.
Mhm.
I know.
Chowder?
I know
Yeah.
of it.
So there's an episode that the entire gag of the episode revolves around a sport with an absurdly long name, and they recite it in full every time it comes up in the episode, and it just gives me that energy of just like, and every time it gets brought up, one of the characters is like, "Don't say it, don't you say it." The other just keeps going with like, because it's bad luck to not say the whole thing, and it's just, it reminds me of that. It's
Yes,
bad
but
luck.
do
It's
they
bad luck
keep
to
on
not say
adding
all of
titles
the
onto
time.
the end of it?
No,
No.
it's the same every time. So it used to be a point of pride that I had it memorized. I think I still do.
That's like the Family Guy joke with the wacky waving inflatable arm flailing.
Yeah, wacky
Man.
wave. Yeah, it's very
Wacky
much that
wave.
energy. Yeah.
I love that.
Excellent. So let's go ahead to the keeper of titles, Milagros. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. I got to be an editor for a couple of my friends today. Got to give feedback on a couple of pieces, which was really fun. And I did go out to get groceries in the middle of the day, which was a huge mistake. I came home and I was fucking dying because it is 80% humidity in New Jersey right now, and it was like
That sounds fantastic in comparison.
Yeah, listen, okay?
No, it
I have
doesn't.
no thermal
sounds
regulation. It was bad. It was very bad.
It's 90% plus here.
That's worse.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
worse. But like, I was still dying. You're also dying. We're both
You
dying.
are also dying. The
You don't
dying
want to come visit
just
me?
does not-
Apparently, it's 60 this week.
Oh, I hate you
Okay,
so
so we're all
much.
going to Cassie.
We're all
Yeah.
moving into Cassie.
We sure are. We sure
Yeah.
are.
It's fest season too, guys.
Oh,
That starts this weekend.
Don't tempt me.
Wait, what's fest season?
The Renaissance Festival.
Oh shit!
So we're definitely moving into Cassie's house.
Absolutely.
We'll
I
finally be able
live
to do
like
live
5
games.
minutes away.
Bringing
A
King
Renaissance
Raziel.
Festival?
Bringing King Raziel.
Yes, it is in my town.
Wait,
Oh my
Cass,
God.
does that mean I could plan a trip to your town to go to the Renaissance Festival?
100% you can.
I've never been to one, so I would like to.
Oh
go.
my
We
god.
have to
I've never
rally this.
been. I've
We gotta
never
do
have
it.
been.
We gotta do it.
If
I've
anyone
never
is
been.
from or lives in Texas, everyone knows about the Texas Renaissance Festival.
Mm-hmm.
And the Texas Renaissance Festival is, it's a great festival. The festival's cool. But the big experience for the Texas Renaissance Festival is the camping. Because there are sections of the camp that are cordoned off for the people who are like us. And there's a giant bonfire lit every single night. And there is a giant, just completely debauched party that happens every single night. And it is one of those things where, these people have been going out there for 20 years and have the same campgrounds. They literally reserve campgrounds for these groups. And these groups are huge and they're themed. Like one's a pirate themed group and everything like that. And during the evenings, there are rivalries that happen where people will go in and like steal other people's stuff and then hide it in other places around the camp and stuff like that.
Oh my god, that's so cute.
It's just all insanity and it's great. And
Oh man, that legit makes me want to get my for the next time I go to a Renaissance Festival. My plan is to do a Star Trek away team costume.
oh yeah, you told me about that.
Yes. Yeah, no, we
So
have a
they got
similar
like
thing.
stuck in the past. Like, oh no.
There's a similar thing, but it's just the entertainers and the vendors.
Mm-hmm.
And like if you know somebody, you can get into it. It's because nobody camps out for it. Nobody like travels crazy for it.
Well, you said it's right there in your town, so
Yeah,
everyone
yeah.
probably stays in hotels right there.
There's not any hotels around. I mean, there's a few, but not a ton.
Yeah. The Texas Renaissance Festival, the campgrounds are as bigger than the actual park. And it's how long is your Ren Fair for?
It's going this weekend until the first weekend in October this year.
So ours starts the last weekend of September and runs through the first weekend of December. And it's every single weekend. And every weekend is themed. Like there's a barbarian weekend, there's a fae
Yep,
weekend,
we get themed weekends.
a pirate weekend, and all kinds of stuff like that. And then the Halloween weekend is one of the wildest ones. And then there's another one, but I can't. And then the Christmas weekend, which is the last weekend, which is the first weekend, they have a giant Christmas feast on the last night on Saturday night. They have a giant Christmas feast where they have these huge long tables set out, and they basically serve an entire Christmas dinner to everyone who gets tickets for it. And like, there's
That's
usually like
cool.
100 people there,
Damn.
so it's massive.
damn.
But anyway, that's enough of that. Sorry, I got
Once
sidetracked.
upon a time weekend. It's
No,
fairy weekend
that's
this weekend.
awesome.
Cassie, since
Yeah.
it's fair weekend this weekend,
Yeah.
how are you doing with that anticipation going on?
I mean, I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little bummed this year. We're apparently our Renfest is starting to implement parking passes. You have to pay for parking now.
Mm-hmm.
Which is good because no, it's needed. It is needed. It's ridiculous. It's that or a park and ride, and the park and ride's basically free. It's $5, but then you get a $5 off coupon for the ticket, so it's great. I'm your Renfest aficionado.
Valid.
I'm planning a trip to do Bristol too.
Gotcha.
I don't know why. I hear
And-
that one's big.
I've heard of that one too. So, and who are you going to be playing this evening?
I'm gonna play the formerly Space Squid Wood Elf Druid. I'm the science experiment. We put the elves underground and saw what growed off of them, and we got Callie.
We got Callie, our resident mole in training. Oh, I'm sorry, Milagros, we forgot to ask who you're playing tonight.
Hello, I am playing Utopia Aster Okal, adopted daughter of Valestein Okal. And
Himbo number one.
Yes, resident himbo lesbian and exploder of things.
Exploder. Of things.
That's what I've been doing this whole campaign. Every time there's like a big thing, just whack that shit.
Whack
Stack the
it
smite.
with your head.
on the
floor.
Like that.
I give bonks. It's not the horny jail bonk. It's the you no longer exist bonk. So
Life privileges revoked.
life privileges revoked. Yes.
Life privileges revoked.
Utopia, the redactor.
The redactor.
Yeah,
Indeed.
the
Indeed.
redactor. There you go.
All
Everybody
right,
gets the title.
I will
like
write
that
that
one. I like that.
The redactor.
The redactor.
Yep. And next we have the amazing, the mighty, talented Liz.
Hello.
Hello, Liz. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm very good. I am very excited to play. Earlier was my first game since like before Gen Con.
Yeah, that's kind of, I guess, a crappy thing for people who don't go to Gen Con and play with groups like this. They're kind of all over the place.
Well,
Then-
even my other group, our DM just had to cancel on like Sunday. So
there was no one back, or
oh no, none of them had gone to Gen Con. He was just not feeling
that
he's
sucks.
like, I need to take a little mental health break. We're like, that's fine, we understand. I'm thinking I might run like a little VTM thing for them because a lot of them have never played. But
Mhm.
there was no game on Sunday, and it was sad.
Sadness. Well, you got a game now, and that's what counts.
Yes. Yes.
And who are you going to be playing in this amazing game?
I am playing the lovable but incredibly dumb. You love to see them tank cat girl barbarian who's just too goddamn angry to die. Lex Hardpaw.
Yeah, she is.
I
Yes,
just
she
love
is.
her last name. Lex
Hardpaw.
Hardpaw. And finally, you know him, you love him. He is Fantasy Daddy, Sphinx Akasha.
Oh, hello there. Hello there.
How are you doing, sir? You feeling better?
I'm feeling better. There's still a bit of a cough,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, part
we're
of
here, we're alive.
part of the Gen Crew COVID crew. Gen Con COVID crew, that is.
Hey, you can just say you're sick and drink some bullshit.
I mean, there's also that.
And who are you
I
gonna
just thought it was a tradition.
Yeah,
You
right.
go to Gen Con, you come back with COVID. It's like a fun little souvenir you didn't purchase and you didn't want.
Well, I was
More
saying,
free shit.
the other day,
Wait.
COVID is a new con crud, unfortunately.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
I mean,
On
if anyone's
COVID.
ever been to the Gen Con, you cannot not expect to get something, especially if you go into the vendor hall at all. I mean, at least in the hallways, you can get some space. Maybe not the full 6 feet, but 4 or 5 feet. But in the vendor
Yeah.
hall, you're literally bouncing off people. You cannot not. It's
And
almost
attendance
as bad
was
as
at an
LA.
all-time high. This
yeah,
this
Yeah, it was a
year.
record
70,000.
breaker.
The 70,000. They beat the record by like 10K a day.
Yeah. This was
Sold
nuts.
out weekend tickets and Saturday night or Saturdays.
Mhm.
Yep, they sold out the 4-day passes. They sold out all of Saturday passes. I didn't hear anything about. I didn't think they were going to sell out Sunday or Monday. Usually, if people aren't going to come for one day, they come for Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
The Saturday's when a lot of the big stuff is.
Oh yeah,
Hell, our show,
Exactly.
hell, Sphinx, your show was on Saturday, and that was a full house.
yeah.
Did not
Yeah,
expect that. Yeah.
I did. I sold the shit out of that show.
You
Yeah,
did sell
yeah.
the shit out of it.
Yeah, but who came and watched your show, Sphinx? Who came and watched your show?
So the creator of Glitter Hearts actually came and watched the show and apparently loved it.
They
And
were in fucking stitches. They couldn't breathe. They were laughing
Not
too hard.
only did he come to the show, enjoy the show, nearly die laughing at the show, he also did a live in-person rules adjudication during the show.
Yes,
true.
And
It's true.
didn't he sign your book, Sphinx?
he signed my copy of Glitter Hearts. Yeah.
So
I made him do it.
If Sphinx didn't have the balls to go up and ask, I was going to do it for him.
Yeah, no, same.
No, but it was a great game. I loved it so much. And we're all going to try and make it back next year along with more people. And for you folks who are out there who may want to try it, we're going to see about if we can do Dag House again next year. And we're going to get the biggest Airbnb we can find and shove the most amount of people in there and just let the polycule percolate in a big house.
It's gonna be great.
My wife's in the bedroom. She's like, "Oh God."
What is the worst that could happen?
Well, last year no one died.
No one died last year.
That's
Air
true,
did
no one
try
died.
and jump off the roof.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say,
God damn it. Why am I not
Yeah.
even surprised? God damn it.
She's like a spider.
I know, God.
Yeah.
I didn't see how they got up there because I was inside. But then when I came outside to try and talk them down off the roof, I was just like, and how the hell? And then when they came down, I saw how they got up there, and I was like, okay, forget that.
Yeah.
But anyway, and you, of course, if you want to find any of these people's socials, you can find them in the chat right now. Remember, as all these people are content creators, go give them a follow. It's the biggest serotonin we get. Yes.
I didn't get to introduce her.
I forgot. Oh
not.
no! Please
How
tell us who
dare
you'll be
you.
playing this evening.
So I will be playing the Electric Bard, the three who are one, Captain Valestein O'Call of the Nameless, our Kalishtar, College of Swords Bard, and Shadow Sorcerer.
Dun dun dun! And the captain of the Nameless as well.
Indeed.
DDD. And so we're going to be taking up the Nameless's flag once again, as we are going to attempt to descend into the madness that is the maelstrom above. Oh my God, I forgot the name of my own planet.
Kyrell.
Kyrell. Thank you so much. We're going to be descending in the maelstrom above Kyrell, and moving on to hopefully rescue the last bits of the Mist Mother and see what they can do to put the world back together again. But in the meantime, a few bits of house cleaning or house maintenance here inside of Dinner and a Game. Remember, if you want to support Dinner and a Game, and we would greatly appreciate it, subscriptions are the best. Oh shit!
Oh dear God, let me see.
Oh good God!
It's not.
Oh my
It's a
God.
valid question.
Oh my God.
It's a valid question.
No, it's not.
Oh my
it is not
No,
a
no,
valid
we're
question.
talking because
It is
it's
not a
fun.
fucking valid question at all.
okay, as a self-proclaimed expert on this topic, I'm gonna go with no, because physical bodies.
Yes, physical
body.
bodies.
So if you
okay.
do it on the astral in that case.
The astral.
If they,
The
yeah, if-
astral.
if they are separate entities with their own separate parts, sure.
They're just swapping back and forth and they're just making a train.
Depends on how they're doing it. I think I can find the TikTok to explain if you need help.
Sam needs a
I'm just
lot
trying
of
to
help.
find.
We're
I'm
not
just trying to
sure
find
if we can
loopholes. You know me. I'm trying to find loopholes.
I am now double streaming.
There's plenty of home. Or there's
We
plenty
were-
of holes.
Yeah, we were just in a brothel. There were plenty of holes.
There's plenty of holes.
And all the holes you could have asked.
By the way, all of Dak's show streams are 18 plus.
Yes.
If
You're not
then
18, you're
12.
12.
Exclamation
Go
point
home.
adult.
Please
Okay.
exit. The door
There
is that
it
way.
is.
Yes.
Yeah, it hadn't come through chat yet. We need to put that up there. And remember, but if you want to support us, subscriptions are the easiest way to do it. If you subscribe to Dinner and a Game, we will love you forever, and you will be able to launch the VODs. You'll have your own access to your own titles in the Discord, and you will be able to be on our wish list for Christmas stuff, so we can send you stuff. But we also have other ways you can support us, like we have our merch, which is in our merch store, where you can find some of the lovely shirts you see some of the folks on here tonight wearing, as the Intelligence is a Dumbstat t-shirt that Cassie is wearing, and our Dinner and a Game branded shirt that Sam is wearing. We also have several other shirts that you can look at and see. They're going to be scrolling through in our window there, up in the upper that way. In that window, you'll be seeing some scroll through. We had to put material components on hold because we had to move. And we're currently setting up the garage to be our new production facility. So until we get that done, material components is on hold. But you can see some examples of some of the stuff we're going to have in material components once we get that up again. And they're going to go by through there. But everything else is going to be is still running, including the merch shop. And if you want to get some really amazing coffee and you want to support a really excellent company, you can go to Many Worlds Taverns using the link that you see. I cannot type.
I should not be laughing.
Huh? Oh, God. So anyway, you can go to the link you see in chat right there using that link, and then using the discount code that you see in chat, which is Dinner and a Game. If you put that in and you use that link, you will get 10% off your entire order, and we will get 10% of the order as a little bit bonus, so we can go ahead and have some other ways to try and fund Dinner and a Game. Because one of the things we're going to be doing is bringing on paid GMs. Mr. Sphinx Akasha and I just talked about what he's going to be doing coming up. But we're going to be looking to bring on more content than just that, because we want to have as much content on here as possible for you guys. And anything we can get is going to be based around us trying to bring more content to you. We're not trying to make a profit. We're not trying to do anything like that. With Dinner and a Game, we're just here to produce these games for you guys to enjoy, and we hope you do enjoy them. But I do want to be able to compensate people who put in that extra bit of work for me for running games, because as a lifelong GM, I know it's a lot of time. So we want to at least give them that type of reward. And eventually, if we can get to that point, we want to be able to pay our players too. I mean, you guys may get a game out of it, but it's also, time. And we appreciate the time that you guys give us. So we want to be able to pay that back too. But in the meantime, that's about all I had to go over. Does anyone else have anything they want the promo before we get started?
I think so.
Nothing yet? All right. So we're going to go ahead and... Oh, hey, Crip Walker. And hi, Admiral. Love you. But we're going to go ahead and get started now. So last we left off, the crew had just, like I said, managed to fight off everything that they was thrown at them. What happened to the other ship?
Oh, the ship that the dragon had been hiding under?
Yeah.
We blew it up and the horde of demons came through. And so
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the demon army came through.
They're
There's
like
a
lining
portal.
up to chase us.
And
Yeah.
we-
No, actually, they weren't lining up to
booked-
chase you. They were lining up to march.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
so I know.
And
Mark.
we
And
just-
we
yeah, we
we
just booked-
extended their walking distance significantly.
Yeah.
They're not happy.
Yeah.
We hauled all the ass.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's why we hauled ass. That's why
Oh, yeah.
Drake did not sleep.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Because he was on rotation with the other pilots, just making sure the ship did not stop until they got to Kyrell's orbit. And that's kind of where we left off. You guys had just come up over Kyrell, and you guys were kind of getting the ship ready to make the run into Kyrell, which is going to be insanely dangerous. So let's go ahead and take it up from there. It's been quite at least I think you had one more day to get to Kyrell. So literally, Drake, you and the other pilots were doing rotating shifts for just about 48 hours, getting yourself into position above the planet and everything like that. So I will give you the chance to take one long rest in that, because you have been spelling out with the 3 other pilots on that.
He will more than likely take that because, as he sees, it's like, we're going to need the best pilots we got if we're going to get through that storm.
So now that you guys are kind of over Kyrell and in a position where you are thinking about what you're going to do to descend into the planet, what is your intention? How do you intend to tackle this? You can talk about this as a crew. You can enlist any of the NPCs, from Ethan to anybody who you want to try and talk about this with.
Well, the question is, who do we know that knows what that is and how to get through it? This is a more recent event, so people who have been there ages ago aren't going to know about it.
Well, you know that the
one
Elatria
person we
Navy
did
was...
know.
Sorry, the Elatria Navy was doing emergency deployments of supplies and everything to Kyrell. But the thing is, you didn't, being that you drank your opinion of the Elatria Navy, you didn't put a lot of time into figuring out how they were doing it.
Yeah.
Maybe we just ask someone from the. Maybe we just ask somebody if they know anybody from the Navy is on the ship that did it.
We have.
I mean, there's Rami.
Rami's here, yeah.
So you gonna go ask Rami about it?
Well, yeah, we'll ask Rami.
All right. So you send someone down below decks to grab Rami and bring them up, and Rami comes up to the main deck, and she's like got a rag and she's like wiping a lot of grease off her hands. She says, "What's going on?"
We got a problem.
Okay, what's the problem?
We need a way to get through that without being torn to pieces.
Okay. First off, we got to make sure the batteries are at full. Then we have to take the masts down and strap them down to the deck. They will not survive the trip in. We have to go completely on battery.
All right.
She said that means no guns. Even the guns have to be completely disconnected, because even with the crystals just on the circuit, they will draw power.
Residual drain.
Yeah.
What about the shields?
We're going to need the shields. The thrusters and the shields and life support are the only things we're going to have running. Now, as soon as we get into the Maelstrom, we can cut life support, which will help. But it's going to be very much a timed run, because we only have X amount of time before the batteries go out. Now, I can tell you that the shielding is going to be able to deflect a lot of the kinetic energy from what's going on. And that's going to help. But we're going to get tossed around like a rag doll. So any non-necessary crew on deck should not be on deck. And everyone below deck should strap in. We need to make sure that all our cargo is checked and tied down. Shut up, Cassie.
It was not just me.
No, it was not.
I was just looking right at you when I saw you snickering.
You said strap down, and I was immediately like, "Get strapped, return."
Strap, baby.
I like immediately saw Liz like go into the chat, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Fucker."
I gotta make sure this is like when the going gets tough, the daggers get strapped.
Yes.
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 Right.
All right, so but yeah, so she says we need to lash down anything that could possibly come loose and cause damage to anybody, and we need to make sure everyone's secure. She says on deck we need the minimal crew, we need the flight crew, pilots, and probably you need at least There's no word I can use, is there?
Nope.
Nothing is
Secure.
sacred.
It needs to
You're in
be
trouble either way.
Oh my god.
We're a bunch of 14-year-olds.
I know you are.
Fine.
It's the funniest, bestest thing ever. But yeah, and she says that's the biggest concerns we're gonna have. We need to lock all the cannons in place. Nothing can move because, and I don't want anyone to freak out. But we could do. It could be violent enough to where there could be structural damage to the ship from the torsion, or the more terrifying part is if we get inverted, we don't have any thrusters to flip the ship back over. If we go inverted, we have to keep on barrel rolling around. That's what I'm trying to say.
Just the pilot.
She says, "I wouldn't want it to be me." To a barrel roll. I wouldn't want it to be on me. That's for damn sure. So I'll let you take that one every day and twice on Sunday.
What you just described is like flying one of those things. It's just bigger.
Much bigger. But
much bigger.
Remember,
also
the pilot who is in the pilot seat is going to feel all the effects that's happening to the ship as if it's happening to their own body. So when I say you might be feeling the torsioning and everything like that, it could really be painful.
Yeah, it'd be worse
Ship
than
is
almost
set up
dying.
The ship is set up for a co-pilot, right?
Yes.
Someone could help him square that load.
I mean, I'm gonna kill you all.
You said it first, baby.
Sure did. I sure did.
Oh
Oh
God.
my god. We've all been infected by the ghost
Give it
of
to
Laura
me. Give it to
Bailey.
me. Give it to me.
Ray asked us to be here. He asked us to come back every week.
We
I
were
know.
invited.
I know, I
There's a
have-
reason Laura
I have
Bailey
so
is
many
my
regrets
spirit animal.
now.
I say every week you regret inviting me to this game.
What?
I say every week you regret inviting me to this.
Yes, I did. I did. I
You knew what
didn't
you were
know.
doing.
I didn't know. I didn't
I
know.
warned you. I tried to warn you. I was like, "Are you sure?"
I
But you
don't
kept saying
believe
yes. It's like, okay.
I
Do this
didn't
thing.
know. I swear I didn't know.
I don't believe you, Ray.
Okay, fine. I knew. But anyway, but yes. So what? So she says that's about the only thing I can really say is that if you've never gone through the Maelstrom before, it is going to be a terrifying, unsettling experience. If you've never piloted the Maelstrom before, it's going to be a new level of torture. The biggest
Thank you.
issue we're going to have is that it is not a short run. I mean, it's not like an hour, but it takes like almost 10 minutes to make it through the Maelstrom and get into calmer air. And that's 10 minutes that you're going to feel like you're being torn to pieces. So I just want you to understand what you're signing on for. After I kill everyone. God, you fucking children.
This is what happens when we don't spend time together for like 2 weeks.
I know.
No, it's
It all builds up.
We gotta get it out.
Build up, you say.
Get it out, you say.
The edge up.
You say.
Overloaded, you said.
Oh my god.
God, I missed this.
Oh.
And we want to stick all this in a house?
Yes,
No,
we-
literally.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we do.
yeah, we do.
We're gonna be sticking stuff somewhere else too.
And there we've hit it, ladies and gentlemen. We've hit we've hit rock bottom.
Places.
Bottom, you say? We're hitting bottom?
My God.
We're hitting the bottom.
Only if they ask
Smacking
for it.
bottoms, you say?
I live on the bottom.
We're about to punch through the bottom.
Yep.
We're in
pretty
the
much.
we're stub bottom.
Punching through, you say?
Oh my God.
The unstoppable bottoms.
I pledge allegiance to that.
That immediately just
Is it
recorded.
too late
Stop.
to rename the ship the Unstoppable Bottom? Or is that our team name now?
Pretty much.
The power bottoms?
The unstoppable power bottoms.
Power bottoms. I like this.
Oh my god.
That's just the new stream name.
Pretty much.
Yo,
Power
we only
bottoms.
have to
So
get to-
unhinged.
we gotta, like, we
Is
only
the new
have to get
stream
through
named Power
17
Bottoms?
levels.
Is that what I was just told?
Unstoppable power bottoms.
Unstoppable Power Bottoms. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Every good team has a team name, and that's our new team name.
Wonderful. It's going in the notes.
Unstoppable Power Bottoms.
Unstoppable power bottoms.
All right,
Most people were just
so
referring to Drake.
man, fuck you.
Well, we got the Unstoppable from Lex.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my
100%.
god. Oh, my face hurts.
Honestly.
No argument.
I've missed you guys so much.
My
Your
jaw
face
hurts.
Huh? Your jaw hurts, huh?
Just so much.
Okay.
Underutilized.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Everyone. Oh my God! Now my cats are fighting.
Cat fight!
Wait,
Meow,
Lex is
meow, you
getting in
say.
a fight right now.
Meow,
Yeah.
meow.
Meow.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There
Wow.
you have it.
Pick back up that TikTok dance.
Oh my god.
Moment ruined.
I don't think I ever did that for TikToks.
I didn't.
What's that?
There you go. That is a Twitch. That's a Twitch exclusive right there. The kitty cat dance.
The kitty cat dance.
Yep. I've never done that on TikTok.
All right, so what do you guys intend to do?
So we've got to pilot the ship to 10 minutes of excruciating pain on a trip that could very well tear the ship in half. I got this.
Really?
Are you sure you've got this, Drake?
Should we maybe find out if like one of the other pilots has actually already done this?
That's a good idea.
I mean, we can.
Or at least, at the very least, have them co-pilot.
I mean, yeah, that's fine.
You know, someone with experience. And Val will just go and grab
Say
like,
it.
Sending Stone.
You haven't done it.
There's a lot of things I haven't done, and yet
Okay.
I've been able to do.
We're not like doubting your abilities. Obviously, if no one else has done it, you can do it. But like, if someone already has the experience of having gone through the pain,
Experience is a good thing.
Experience is a very
Agreed. Pretty sure I'm very experienced in going through the pain.
well,
Different
we did
kind of
die,
pain.
So yeah.
No, this kind of pain.
Val just grabs the ship-wide Sending Stone. All crew with piloting experience, please report to the deck. All crew with piloting experience, please report to the deck. Your captain needs to see.
So the same guys who were actually backing Drake up are on the deck. There is 3 of them. 2 of them are very familiar to you, Drake, because they're the ones who've been backing him up. The third one is a young woman who had come on later at in the last city, and but they do have piloting experience. And then there's 2 other people that come up. One of them is one of the dwarfs from Tarek's group, and he comes up and he says, I'm no stranger to the pilot seat. And the other one that comes up is your buddy, Drake.
I thought so.
Yeah, and he comes up and he's kind of like, he holds up a hand and he says, I understand we need pilots.
That's correct. We are planning on, of course, as you all know, going to Kyrell, which means we need to fly through the Maelstrom. Now, this will be a very arduous and hazardous task, hoping that at least one of you has some experience flying through such a maelstrom.
None of these current pilots raise a hand, but Drake's compadre, did you ever give him a name?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't
He's
think
never
you
got a
did.
He's an
No,
acolyte
never
of the Mist Mother, but
Yeah.
yeah. So, but he kind of like steps forward
Ace.
and he says, under certain things that were needed on Kyrell were not being imported as readily as a lot of the people needed it. So we took some of our smaller smuggling ships and brought some down. So I have gone through the Maelstrom 3 times. He says, but with
Val
much
raises an
smaller
eyebrow.
ships.
Well, that's better than nothing.
He says, I can tell you that the experience was incredibly painful.
Would you willing to co-pilot with Drake on this task?
The Mist Mother has sent me to aid Drake in any way, shape, or form I can. I have much to make up for.
Val turns to Drake. Number one, you have your co-pilot.
Very well. Let's get the ship prepped.
And about that time, Ethan's walking up, and he's kind of like looking kind of haggard. You don't know if he's slept either. And he says, "Ship's is almost ready for the prepping is almost done." He says, "I'm just taking a little bit of time to see if I can squeeze some extra juice in the batteries. I've actually had a couple of spare battery crystals that were fractured." He said, "But they'll still hold somewhat of a charge." He said, "So I've added them onto the bank." He says, "More than likely we'll probably lose them, but they were already flawed in the first place." He says, "But it'll give us a few extra minutes, maybe." And he says,
Remind me of his name one more time, please.
Ethan? Is it Ethan or Evan?
Ethan.
Evan.
It was originally Evan, but
Did we change it back and forth?
it gets swapped back and forth a lot.
With an E.
It starts with an E.
Evans. Ethan Evans.
Ethan Evans.
Probably
There we go.
Evan.
No,
Okay.
Ethan Evanson.
Evan's son.
Add the Evanson at the end.
He's the son of Evan.
Val will then turn to the rest of the pilots that are still there and will say, "For the rest of you, your job will be to assist Ethan and Rami as best as you can to make sure that the ship is in condition to pass through that.
We need the
For
ship
now,
in
you will answer
condi-
to them."
We need the ship in condition 0. Nothing moves an inch. Everything is secure.
They are nodding. And Evan says, Ethan says that he says, so basically, those preparations are already well underway. This is, I'm going to bring up some harnesses. So the men who stay in here with you, because if you or the co-pilot take enough damage to be rendered unconscious, someone will have to take the seat. It says, so you're going to need people in here who can pilot, whether they have experience going through the maelstrom or not. He says, and normally we don't have that many seats here. So I'm going to go and set up some harnesses, and so we can have people secured in here in case we need to switch out. He says, but it's going to be insanely dangerous because they're going to have to get you guys out of the seat and then get themselves into it.
Well, then let's hope that doesn't happen. Hopefully
That'll
my
be
little
fun.
good luck charm will keep me safe.
We will all hope that.
All right. Looks like we all have your orders. Let's get to it.
So everyone kind of like takes off, makes their own way into different portions of the ship. Ethan comes back fairly quickly. He has several sets of harnesses, and he has like his toolkit, and he begins securing the harnesses to the deck of the ship and to the wall behind it. And he's like, he sets it up, and everyone knows how to put a harness on. It's like second nature when you're on these ships. In case the gravity ever goes out or anything like that, you have to be able to jump into your harness quick. And everyone actually carries the harnesses with them. And basically, it's a harness with a strap. The strap gets hooked onto anything that's secure on the ship, from a guy wire to the mooring cables, anything. That way you can like stay secured to the ship even if you're floating around. And so then the only thing you ever do with the harness is you move it from one location to another. And the rule of thumb is always you're may detach your harness, but only if you're holding on to something, because you have to re-snap that harness onto something instantly.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, after a few minutes, Ethan's done with those preparations. The other pilots are kind of like get into the harnesses. and they're just kind of like, the piloting room has actually kind of got a low ceiling, and it's the reason it is because it's almost like a reinforced bunker on the deck. It's designed to give whoever's in the pilot seat as much coverage as possible, and it doesn't have really big viewports, but the viewports are really just for the people who might be in the pilot's room with the pilot to see out, because the pilot can see via the controls. He doesn't need to see outside of the ship. And the co-pilot has the secondary sphere, which just lets the co-pilot instantly take over if the pilot's rendered unconscious for any reason. And the co-pilot basically just sits there, and he can try and reinforce the pilot's control over the ship, but because of the nature of how piloting the ship works, you can only really have one pilot in charge at a time. The co-pilot is just set up as, if you go unconscious, I can instantly take control because I'm already tapped into a crystal.
And to make things even better and make things even more secure, the people who are operating on the engineering deck, those who are monitoring the shields and the thrusters, as well as the co-pilot, all the important people that in an absolute emergency need to be talked to immediately, break something up the mental link. Instant communications.
That'd be Rami, Ethan. That's probably the only two you need from the engineering deck. Ethan is taking care of structural, so he'll be running teams, basically like fire teams, to if there are any type of damages that absolutely need to be repaired. They're the ones who are going to take the risk and try and go repair the ship while this whole thing's happening. Rami's going to be in charge of all the electrical, which includes making sure the batteries stay connected, making sure that the two other main factors, the life support and the shields, stay connected. And if any of the thrusters get damaged, that's going to be on Ethan's crew to repair those. So, I mean, it's not ideal, but trying to fly your ship intentionally through a hurricane is never a good idea.
I mean, it's better that than mooring in port through a hurricane.
Yep.
That's why all military vessels during big storms will purposely go out to sea and brave the storm. Because it's better that than fucking staying inshore and landing up your ship on the dock.
Literally on the dock, flipped over and upside down. But yeah, it's pretty much just, you guys. It's going to be an unknown factor no matter what you do, because even the people who have ridden the Maelstrom before, they know that it's just chaos. There's no way you can predict what exactly is going to happen. So, just going to matter of how well your pilots can react and how well the ship holds up.
Well, there's one thing Drake knows how to do. It's how to go with the flow. Roll with the punches.
So what I want to know is from the other members of the party, what are you guys going to do? Are you going to go down to your quarters and secure in, or?
Yep. It's probably a good idea.
You and Camille go down to the quarters, square in?
Strap in and not into each other.
We'll probably have Drake connect Val to the mental link as well.
Okay.
Just so that Val's aware of what's going on.
Gotcha. And what about Callie?
Oh god, the urge to do something stupid is so strong.
I
Hi, I'm
would like
stupid
to
to me.
say
Wait a minute.
Bad reflexes.
God. The
He so
Utopia,
badly wants to see the storm.
while all of this was happening, Utopia was kind of like at the edge looking over to see what's visible of Kyrell, because her family's dealings were part of why it got smacked out of orbit. So she's just kind of staring and just having a moment, especially because she just met great grand fuck you.
That wasn't your just meeting him. You had met him once before.
Yes, but like she saw him again and saw who he was with, and it's like,
Yeah, he didn't
fuck.
try and kill her before.
Nope.
Yeah. No, well, technically, he tried to save her first by killing all my fucking friends.
There's that, yeah.
But yeah, she's just kind of... so I'm assuming that Callie would also kind of be looking over, and if Callie does
probably like
do that, she just kind of like puts an arm around just in case Callie tries to tip
Because you've already seen Callie throw herself off the
Yes.
boat once.
She
Yeah,
snuck
so
off
no-
the boat. Nobody.
Oh,
had
yeah,
any
no one
idea.
saw
Yeah, well,
None of us
no-
saw it.
no-
We just saw the result.
But that means that she had to have jumped off the boat at some point. So
I mean,
no,
that's true. That's true.
yeah,
The-
no.
Otherwise,
no
the Sky
sneaking
Squid would
this
have appeared
time.
on the deck, and that would have been
Yeah,
bad.
No sneaking this time. She's got an arm around Callie, not squeezing or anything, but just like if Callie tries to tip, she'll feel it.
So, Utopia, as you're leaning and holding Callie and kind of leaning over off the deck, edge of the deck, you feel a cold presence on the back of your neck.
Oh shit.
on yours.
And you hear a whispered voice in your ear. Not in your mind, in your ear. And the voice says, Utopia, I don't have much time. Before they create a new body to put me in, I am much as I was when you first encountered me. I am a disembodied spirit. Because of that, they don't have any means to truly compel me until they put me back in my host. Or in my new host. He says, you need to know something very important. Your ancestors, my brother, the former head of the Astor House, is one of the reasons why this happened.
Yes.
But it wasn't just the Astors. We bankrolled the project. But there was a group of dwarves who wanted to regain their independence from the Mist Mother and go back to their old lives.
Dun, dun, dun.
They're allied with the Elves of Iambar. The Isles of Iambar provided the magic. The dwarves provided the crystals and the craftsmanship. And our family provided the funding. But when they tried to escape the Mist Mother's grasp, they tore a hole in the fabric of her essence. That's what started all this. That's where the weakness began.
The thing that starts everything. Dwarves and elves working together.
A hole.
And humans.
Where was that?
Everyone united, fucked everything up. We've been looking at this the wrong
He says,
way.
You can find the original device inside the main volcano on the surface that the capital is built around. He says, if you can find that device, it was salvaged from the remains of your family's planetoid that originally orbited Cairo. That was what was destroyed when the Mist Mother lashed out. And only your members of your family that were at home on Alatras at Ayla survived because they were not present. It says, if you can find that device, that crystal, and you can destroy it, then the beacon that allows so many to find their way to the Mist Mother will be destroyed. Now, that does not mean that every creature that's found its way to the Mist Mother will lose their memory of it in any way, shape, or form, but it will be much harder for other entities to find it. It says, if you see me again, know that I have no control over the physical form they put me in. I am forced to follow orders. My soul is damned to the hells for eternity. So I am their servant. The only reason I can come to you now is because they brought a portion of the Hells here, which allows me some freedom of movement in this form. He says,
Did you know that would happen? Did you know what it would cost?
my brother who was the head of the family at that time wanted independence. He wanted to be able to control our lives. And everyone involved with the project resented the Miss Mother's handling of our situation. The elves of Iambar, because they lived so long, some of them knew there was something different and wrong when they were brought here. And they went into seclusion and used their magic to break apart the hold the Miss Mother had on their memories. And since they were actually alive at the time of the departing, they could remember their past lives, and they could remember what they left behind. And there are still 3 of them left alive now. And they are driving this entire process.
And they're still on Iamba, I assume?
They will not leave Iambar until they know they can leave the Miss Mother's embrace entirely. Iambar has become a fortress. That's why they've been removing everyone from the planet who is not an elf.
So they just want to take the whole planet and leave?
If they have that level of magical power, and with the crystals, the Miss Mother, with the Miss Mother's crystals, they may be able to create something that can allow them to do that. And if they do that, the delicate balance that the Miss Mother has created to keep all these planets orbiting around the suns safely is going to be torn apart.
If we go to Kyrell, we destroy the beacon, does that mean they can't do that? Or do we have to go to them after this?
If you destroy the beacon, then the Miss Mother's form can heal somewhat. But now that the Miss Mother has been sundered into 3 separate entities, I do not know if she will have the strength to continue to resist all these outside journeyings. And I know for a fact, from what I have overheard being said, that there's already deals made that certain factions are going to continue to have access to the Miss Mother's domain.
Yes, we arranged that.
Well, you do understand that those access points could be accessed by devils and demons who can go through those other planes. And creatures from the Shadowfell. There's creatures from the Shadowfell who are native to both the Shadowfell and the Feywild. They can go back and forth.
I suppose we'll have to deal with that once the first problem is solved.
If anything, the thing I would ask most is make sure that the crystal is destroyed. It is the last legacy of the evil that our family wrought upon this world.
And it will be done. Whatever it takes.
He says, you can hear him sigh in your head because you can't see him. You can just hear him, and he said, you hear him says, I am very sorry that you are the one who had to take up this burden. I wish I could have stopped my brother.
I understand. I
was not willing to do what needed to be done.
If I had a sibling, I'm not sure I would be able to do something to them either.
This is... Good luck, granddaughter.
Thank you.
He says,
But if you do show up and try to hurt my friends again, I'll destroy that host as well.
I have no doubt. Just do what you need to do. That's all I can ask. Everything else is secondary.
Right.
And you feel him starting to withdraw, and he says, "They have found a host." And he fades. Are you still holding Callie?
Yes.
Guy's like, I want to go. I've been wanting to go for like 10 minutes.
Do you think if like a lightning bolt came through, I could like redirect it somewhere else? Maybe I should stay on the bow of the ship and just like redirect lightning bolts.
I don't think Drake would be fond of that idea.
Well, he can't stop it. He's gonna be strapped in on the pilot thing.
Would be fond of that idea.
Okay.
Where are the others? We need to talk.
Do we need you down somewhere?
Yeah, we all
Are you
need
gonna
to
have a team meeting?
I mean, is it fair to have a team meeting if Drake's not there?
Does anybody have Drake in their head?
No. Val?
Val has Drake.
We're
in his
calling
head.
him now. Drake, you're needed topside.
Fuck.
Drake, you are topside.
Give me a minute. It'll be less than 60 seconds before he's walking off, just double checking straps. What the hell's going on?
I know where we have to go.
Explain.
Like,
Elaborate, please.
like around the storm?
Not the storm. Our destination. I don't know if this is where the Lady of Justice will be, but I know one of the things that we have to do to stop this. There's a device, some kind of crystal. It's been here since before the Mist Mother attacked Kyrell, since the rebellion started. Its conception. It's in a volcano.
Do I
Where-
look volcano-proof?
It's where the capital city is. I'm assuming it's not just in lava. It has to be accessed.
All right, what is the relevance of this crystal? Because we still have to hunt down whatever demonic invader is there.
The crystal, the device that it is, it's the beacon that's allowing everything through other realms to find the Mist Mother.
How do you know this?
My grandfather stopped by between.
You mean the same one that tried to kill us twice now?
Yes, he.
And you just believed them? A
To be
demon?
fair,
Let
To
her
be
explain.
fair-
We're sure that there's a good reason for this.
to be fair, most of the time undead don't have control of what they do. That's usually the person that's controlling the undead. I know, I do it all the time.
That's a great point.
That's what he said. If his actual self is a spirit, it's not anchored to anything other than hell for what my family did. He's been condemned. If he's put in a body by something of the nine hells, he has to do whatever they say. Destroying the host meant that he could act on his own for a short period. He's going to be back. They found another host for him, but he told me that he explained how everything came together before. How
So he's a victim too in this, or at least at this point he is.
Do you think we could
Essen-
steal his soul and put it in like a different vessel?
he said he's bound to the nine hells. I'm not sure what we could do to remedy
Control
At
that.
that point, unless we want to dive into the Nine Hells, find whoever has control of that soul and break him free, which I'm going to say I would
Sounds
definitely
really, really
prefer not to do.
At least not right now.
Oh,
We've got
I-
other stuff we need to do. But
We
like we
will-
can put it on the list for later.
Okay.
We might have issues with Iambar as well, but we need to deal with the Beacon and the Lady of Justice.
I mean, I think I might have a solution to deal with Iambar.
Oh, what is it?
Well, they want to leave so bad, and they are of Elven descent. See if the Feywild's willing to take them.
Well,
I mean,
we have to make sure that it doesn't tear the solar system apart.
I'm not talking about taking the entire planet.
do they
I'm
want to
talking
leave
about
being isolationists?
if they want
They-
to be
oh,
isolationists.
shit.
Oh shit!
Got redacted.
You heard that
Redacted.
idea? It's like
It
this
got
is such a dumb
redacted.
idea. Gone.
Yeah, Sphinx is like, I'm out. This is stupid.
I can't.
Shit.
I'm done with you.
Fucking dumb, I'm out. And he took the brain cell
Ah,
with it.
there he's back. Wait,
No.
why did for a second there was two
He's
of me?
back.
I'm about to get very confused.
No, he's back. He's back.
He's muted, but he's back.
Well-
So
Yeah, I
And
think
Paul
after
muted.
like 4
we can
people,
cross.
they'd
We can
immediately
worry
fall.
about crossing that bridge when we come to it.
Yes.
Burning that
Right now,
crossing.
we have got other priorities.
Yes. And the beacon should be one of them.
How about first we focus on getting through the storm and
Oh,
getting
yes.
Yeah,
I-
Precisely. So if you could all get below deck and secure yourselves as to not damage yourself. Believe me, you do not want to be a loose article on a
Camille
ship
just
going
holds up
through
her
a
fingers
maelstrom.
and she says, "You mean strap in?"
I swear
Shut on.
to the gods or whoever else is listening.
I don't
don't think
think
you
you're
should swear
supposed
this
to
on the
do that
Mythbuster.
anymore, Brother Drake.
I think you'll take it.
Brother Pontiff Drake.
Yes, you are taking.
Yes. Yes.
Saint
indeed.
Brother Pontiff Drake.
Yes. Saint King Majesty Brother Pontiff.
Don't think I won't pistol whip you.
I'm too far away
You
right now,
can't
baby.
hit this face.
Shit.
She makes a good point.
Kelly is fully aware of her cute factor.
100%.
As
Yeah.
dirty and disgusting
You can't
as
squish
she
the
is.
mushroom. You can't squish the mushroom. You can't.
She'll
So,
probably shoot spores on you.
shoot spores on you. So you guys are gonna go downstairs and get yourselves secured in your cabins, and probably tied to a wall. Don't read anything into that.
Read all the things into that. What are you saying?
Read everything into that.
This is going in the fan fiction.
Got to remember this for next year.
There we go.
Ah, yes. Yes.
So yeah, but you guys are getting secured. Drake, you and your co-pilot are set up in the harnesses of basically with your hands on the globes. As you connect with the ship, you can feel that the normal flow of energy that you can feel coming into the batteries from the netting, from the sails, I should say, is not present. There
There's
are
less drag.
huh?
There's
Well,
less
they
drag.
took down the masts, so they wouldn't get snapped off. But you can feel, because there is netting that's like on the hull of the ship. It's kind of like a backup source of for energy, and you can feel that the netting on the hull of the ship is picking up some energies. So the batteries are not going to be not, you know, without some small bit of charge, but compared to what the sails can bring in and what they're designed to bring in, you know, if you have to really pull on the engines for the thrusts, or, you know, reinforce the shields in any way, shape, or form, you're going to start depleting your battery fast. And you know you're going to have to at least use the thrusters, if not reinforce shielding. So, what are you going to do for yourself to try and get yourself ready for this, Drake?
Just kind of just like stretches those things. Just takes a little ion stone up and flicks it up above his head to activate it. Just takes a deep breath as he just fully mentally integrates. Like, just use the ship's communication real quick. Attention, all crew. We are going into the maelstrom. Secure yourselves. And the Miss Mother guide us.
And in the mental chat, you hear Val. Drake, you've got this.
I know I got this. It's not me I'm worried about.
You feel something tap your elbow, Drake? And the acolyte is holding a flask out to you.
Oh, baby.
It's like really good whiskey. And he takes it back from you. He says, like, he pours a shot down his throat, and he screws the cap on, and he puts it inside of his vestments. And he looks at you, and he said, she probably wouldn't have expected it, but your mother would have been proud of you for trying to help these people.
Yeah. If that's the case, she might not have been proud of what I did less than a month ago.
He says, it's your mother we're talking about. I'm sure whatever you two did is on par and doesn't need to be thought about right now. You're here helping people. Whether the Miss Mother asked you to or not, you're here doing it.
Nah, I kind of was ready to kill people over a sandwich and then start the dive.
All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our break a little bit early, and then we're going to be diving into the Maelstrom as we try to make our way to Kyrell, one of the most dangerous planets in the Miss Mother's realm. So we will see you guys back in about 10 minutes as we are going to take a break, and we will be back. See you then. And
something
we
else
are
before
back.
Chicken Run.
Chicken Run. Chicken Run, it was an amazing film. No, it
I've
wasn't.
never actually seen it.
I've never actually seen it.
I don't think I have either.
It's funny.
Isn't it by the same people
But-
who did Wallace and Gromit?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Yes,
It is.
yes, the
I was gonna say-
claymation, like that's super cute.
I was gonna say, but it's
Yeah.
got it's got that same kind of dry humor in it a lot.
Yes, it's so good.
It's British humor. Of course it's dry.
Some
They
might-
don't know how to
some might
season
enjoy it, 'cause I
anything.
love Wallace and Gromit.
Hey, dryness and lack of seasoning don't necessarily have anything to do with each other.
Not the
That's
same
true.
thing. True.
Yeah.
They overcook their chicken.
All right.
There, I said it.
They
Chicken's
overcooked that
gross.
chicken. Chicken's not gross.
Chicken's gross. You gotta season the fuck out of it, or it's just bleh.
That's why we have seasonings.
That's why they're seasoning, yeah.
Well, yes, but I'm saying like steak, salt, pepper, good.
Is that all you put on your steak?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes, maybe.
I'm gonna
It's
have to.
really
I'm gonna
fine
have
cut
to
of
sear
meat.
you
You
some
don't
steak.
need more than salt
With
and
a
pepper.
good steak,
You
with
don't
a
need more
good
than
steak,
salt and
you
pepper.
get the salt crust and just a little tiny bit of pepper and.
Speaking of steak,
I'm gonna sear
No,
you some
you're not
steak
bringing it up.
sometime.
Zip it.
I know where that's going.
Zip it.
I know where it's going.
I love
speaking of steak.
Oh no!
Okay, fine. I'll leave you in peace.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
I might
ma'am.
not have caught this
Shot to
joke.
the heart.
I know.
Yes,
I'm kind of
ma'am.
lost.
It's not a joke. We're not going to talk about it right now.
I don't.
will-
Do not ruin steak for me. I love steak so much.
It's,
Milagros ruins steak on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Milagros,
that's what we're talking
message
about.
Oh,
me
that's what
real
we're
quick to
talking
see if we're
about?
on the same-
Yeah.
No, it's
Yeah.
Milagros ruins steak. I will never go with Milagros to any steak restaurant ever.
You shouldn't.
Okay, we're on the same train of thought.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay
Bad.
then.
Bad.
Rare.
I
Rare.
dropped
I like mine blue, actually.
Blue. Most places
Mhm.
don't do that though.
Yeah, they won't do it. A lot of places won't do it. But
I
if
like
you
mine
go
medium
to
rare.
if you go to a
medium rare.
Kobe restaurant, they will, because they're so
Kobe.
careful. They're so careful with Kobe beef that they don't worry about the problems that you normally have with other cattle.
Medium
Just
rare,
gotta
but you
sear
sear it enough to where it's like good
Just
and
the
like
crust.
crusty on the
Yep.
outside.
Well, that's a flame seared steak, and those are really good.
Yeah.
You used to do it
That's
over.
how I
Oh, do it. Literally, throw it over an open flame enough to you sear the black edges, then flip it, throw it, and pull it off, and then done.
And then you eat it like a cookie.
Eat it like a
So-
cookie.
No knife, no fork.
So,
No, I eat mine with a knife and fork. I'm a civilized person.
so
I am a pretty little mushroom child. I will eat my steak with my fingies.
I like
Fair
steak.
enough.
No. I already dropped it in the chat. We don't need to say the words out loud.
You will not speak your blasphemy here.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
You next thing you'll know, you'll tell me you also eat it with ketchup.
No. Let's keep moving. Let's start this thing back up. I do not want to deal with this again.
As the granddaughter of a farmer, a cattle farmer. Oh gosh, I'm offended.
I will never eat steak around any of you. It's fine.
No, you won't.
Good.
You will not. I will physically
Worst thing
take the
is-
plate away from you.
The best thing is, I know somebody whose nickname is Steak. So yeah, that too.
Blasphemy.
All right,
blasphemy.
so- Whew. All right, so we are ready to try doing something that's insane. So, Sam,
Isn't that just us on a daily though?
pretty much.
Yeah.
You take the helm, you gain control of the ship, you merge in with the ship, you can feel your senses extending out. You can feel the drive crystals responding. You can feel you can feel that your control over the other systems. Engineering, actually, you have control over everything, but you know that there are people in the engineering room that actually have a secondary crystal, and they can take over running things like the shields and then the environmental support. So you can just concentrate on maneuvering the ship. And you can feel their presence is almost like when you have the mental link with other people and you're just monitoring, you're not there. It feels like that, but in reverse. You feel like you're being monitored. And so they're basically there to make sure that if you need support, they can provide it. But so everything seems to be good. You know the batteries are at full. They're at capacity. But even just like firing the thrusters to take the ship in, to start taking the ship in, the batteries are instantly, you can see them already draining, because you are moving a ship of the line. You're not moving like a clipper or a cruiser or anything like that. You are moving a fucking full-on flagship.
Mm-hmm.
And so the ship begins its descent into the Maelstrom. Everyone else, the first thing you know that you're going down is, number one, you feel the slight tilt because of the environmental controls that maintain gravity when you're outside of the planet gravity well. You feel the slight tilt of the ship as it starts to go down. The first thing that lets you know that you've hit the atmosphere is the ship just slams to one side, and all of you who are in harnesses, you just like kind of rock over to one side, and then just as suddenly and violently, the ship is slammed back in the other direction. Drake, you can feel through the skin of the ship and all the cabling and wiring, you can feel that these are shearing crosswinds that are not following any pattern. There's one blowing from the southeast, and then there's one blowing from the northeast, but they're coming in different gusts, and it's more like there are huge pockets of air that are being forced up, and you also know that these winds are different temperatures. They're all fairly warm, but they're different temperatures. So this is like different patterns of air hitting the heat of the volcano rising up, and then depending on how close the winds and how strong the winds were initially to get over the volcanic area, depends on how hot they get. The hotter the winds, the faster they rise.
Yep. So he's just basically just feeling all this.
Yep.
And he's going with the flow. He knows where he needs to go.
Mm-hmm.
Just all right. The biggest thing you don't try to do here, you don't try to fight it, you roll with it.
So I want
That's
you
the biggest
to
thing to do in a storm.
I need you to make me an athletics roll.
I know previously with the smaller craft it was
acrobatics.
Mm-hmm.
But this is not a smaller craft.
Oh, that's gonna be a problem.
This is a big lumbering beastie.
Gonna be a big problem. I'm gonna be praying on the dice for that one.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to give any aid or help, you do have your dagger dollars if you watch the show for a long time. You can use dagger dollars to do things like give Drake a bless on the roll. You can also buy him rerolls, and you can buy him pluses on the dice, +1 on the dice. And if you do not have any dagger dollars, you can also use bits to buy those same items. Oh boy, bouncy dice went down.
I was supposed to do that. And I'm glad I did too. I may not need help for this first roll.
Alright, what is it? Is that a 22?
I think he's saying he rolled a 20.
Oh, you rolled a nat 20?
Yeah.
What's the total?
19.
Oh, you have a -1 on athletics?
I have a -1 in strength.
Gotcha. So, as you bring the ship in, you can feel the ripping wind currents going across the bow of the ship. You quickly make corrections, bringing the ship around to kind of go into the wind to stop the drag on the rest of the ship. As you're doing that, you can feel the body of the ship literally being hit by wind so severe that you can feel the hull of the ship twisting. And you can literally feel, it feels like getting, for the most part, it feels like having your skin just kind of like randomly pulled apart in little places, as you can hear timbers cracking in the hull of the ship as it's being buffeted by these winds. They're not broken, but you can feel that the skin of the ship has been damaged by these winds, but you know that you are now fully in the maelstrom. And this is, you cannot really predict what direction gusts are going to come at you. So you're trying your best to ride through the waves and catch the gusts as best you can. It's going to be give me another athletics roll.
This is not going to end well. Oh, 14.
14? Okay. So as you're bringing it around, you feel one of the rear drive engines. You feel a lot of the mooring for the drive engine has been severely damaged as it's snapping. But the drive engines are mounted on well enough and with metal supports that shouldn't be a big problem. The biggest issue though is as the wooden portions of the structure are snapping, the power lines to that drive cell are also being severed. So that drive cell is now at half power.
He's going to communicate that instantly. Like, as soon as he feels that, repair crew to try to get that fixed because we need all the drive we can get.
So the Ethan just gives you an affirmative in your head, and you can see that he is you can hear in his mind that he is giving orders to the crews to go start setting up and running extra cables. They're basically going to patch through the ship and not try and go out on the skin. So they're basically going to be running like lines literally through the hallways. So as they start doing that, I need you to make me another athletics roll.
Before he does that, you'll hear Val's voices in your head going,
Drake, you're the best pilot we know. You've got this. Hit it.
and Bardic Inspiration for Drake.
Ta-da!
Take a D8 with that.
What is your Bardic Inspiration at?
It's a D8.
It's a D8.
A D8. No, I haven't. Where are you hiding? Are you in this pile? Are you in this pile? I'm sure you're in this pile. Got so many pairs of
You
dice.
can always
which
use
pile
the
are they in?
digital dice.
Yeah, but these things haven't been rolled in months.
Oh, I know.
Literal months.
I was also teasing you because I know how bad the digital dice roll.
Yeah. There was a game I played on Roll20 not too long ago. It was our first time back in months. And Liz can confirm. 4 nat 1s in a row. Including 2 nat 1s when rolling with advantage.
Yep.
Oh my god.
I was there, can confirm.
The digital dice for how I got my double nat 20 on stealth, so... The dice giveth and the dice taketh away.
Yeah.
The dice just don't giveth anything to Sam.
That's because he won't let them in the bakery.
16 and a 5.
Mm-hmm.
Which means it's a 15 and a 5. Dirty 20.
It's okay. There's another bakery nearby. They make chocolate,
yeah.
baby.
Ooh. I still have the squishy silicone dice.
So, at this time, you're able to gauge the oncoming winds, and you do a much better job of riding through it. It's still everyone in the ship is still getting jarred around heavily, but there's no significant damage to the ship as you begin the descent in through the clouds. So now you're inside the cloud sphere. You can't see anything but below you or above you, to your left and right, or all around the ship now. No, to left and right, there is the wall of clouds that marks the place, the area that the maelstrom comes up. And literally, the area of the maelstrom is like probably about 70 to 100 miles wide. But because of the turbulence in the air, it doesn't mean anything for you. There's no significantly safer route through this. So I need you to make me another athletics roll.
Alright. And I'm pretty sure the Bardic Inspiration is used up after one use, correct?
It's one use.
Right. Actually, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
For one of the abilities, the protective field allows me to push my psionic energy out to guard something.
Okay.
With enough focus, could that be used to kind of instead of being like a stone going through the wind, sharpen it more, allow it to cut through the wind more?
So
Considering I'm pushing my entire psyche to be the ship.
thank you very much for the follow, by the way, Hyacinth, if you're still here.
Hyacinth!
Hyacinth!
But yeah, so you are. What I can say you can do is, if you want to spend all your side points, I will allow you to. I will allow you to make your athletic rolls with advantage. But the moment you fail one of those athletic rolls, then, and you did fail the 14, by the way. So, but once you fail one of those athletic rolls, then you lose the advantage because you basically have lost maintaining your concentration on what is going to be, for the most part, a scoop on the front to help divert the wind shear away from you and give you some easier navigation.
Got a question, because the advantage isn't going to help me, but what about...
Oh, the advantage
Perhaps
helps you
not-
massively mathematically.
Not when the highest you can roll was a 19. But allowing me to add my psionic die to rolls would do much more in the long game.
What's your psionic die?
A D12.
How many psionic points do you have?
Exactly, since I utilized my ability... Oh, wait, no. Since currently 10.
10? I will let you spend psionic points on a roll to use your psionic dice. However, it is going to cost you 3 psionic points per roll, but you can decide that after you roll the d20.
Ready? Let's do it.
All right. So go ahead and make me another athletics roll.
Definitely going to spend it. Maybe turn that from a failure to a success. That'll definitely help. Because it was a 10 on die, which would have made it a 9, but with a 10 on the d12, that immediately turns it into a 19.
And that succeeds. So the next few moments are, once again, for a moment you think you've made the wrong move, but you actually managed to ride it out. Val, over the comm you can hear Ethan, and he says, we're having issues. He says, I have 3 men down. He says, we are having a problem with navigating through the ship. There is something in the ship.
Shit. That's not good.
Val picks up the comm. Report. What do you know about whatever it is that's in the ship?
Ethan says, I can't see it. It came in through a hole in the hull near where the engines are. It threw one of the men out. Another man looks like he's been suffocated. Ethan says, I pulled the rest of the men back. He says, but that engine is going to come loose soon if we do not do anything to reinforce it.
Also on the comm, Lex.
Yeah.
Do I even have to ask?
Where am I going?
The engine room.
Bet.
So is anyone else going with Lex?
As that happens,
Mm-hmm.
Val takes a deep breath, and the aura of shadow kind of rises up over him.
Mm-hmm.
He unbuckles the harness, walks over to, or like kind of like stumbles over to one of the chests where there's like a nice long shadow. He's just gonna fall into it,
Gotcha.
Ooh.
and he will emerge from Ethan's shadow.
Hey, yo!
Yeah.
So Ethan is in the hallway, and he's since you're in his shadow, you're kind of behind him because the lanterns are hung on the ceiling ahead of him, and you
Yeah.
can see down the hallway that number one, as you emerge out of Ethan's shadow, two guys behind Ethan, who are some of his junior engineers, jump and yelp out of the way, and you're looking past Ethan's shoulder, and you can see that down the hallway there is a pretty decent, like a man-sized hole in the hull, and you can see straight out of the hole that the engine is right there, outside the hole. And apparently, when the engine was snapping loose, it was like rocketed forward and smashed against the hull once. So the engine is barely hanging on with all the metal moorings on there. But
Okay.
you see that there is a body with the harness on. The harness still hooked to the wall, and the body is kind of like flopping in the wind that is being sucked out the hull of the ship. And you can, but that's the only person you can see there. And
Okay.
Ethan's like, Ethan looks over you, is like jumps a second, and he says, "I don't know what it is, but every time we try and get near it, something attacks us."
And Val will reach forward,
Mm-hmm.
and from the shadows in front of him, as he casts Bigsby's hand, a gauntleted hand made of solid shadow will
Gotcha.
rise up and will reach out to grab the person that's kind of dangling and
Mhm.
try and pull them back in.
For Bigsby's hand, I need a strength check, which is based on your Arcana skill.
Ooh, my Arcana is a plus 14.
Yeah, Bigsby's hand is based on your Arcana, your Arcana, so it can be quite devastating.
Yep.
Yeah, that's gonna be a 24, baby. Ooh,
That is pretty devastating.
Kill him.
So you easily grab the guy. You literally just pull him in and snap his harness. He comes up. One of the other guys, like, pulls out a secondary harness out of his toolkit, and as you pass the guy back, he like snaps the harness in. He hooks the guy up to the wall, and the other two engineers begin looking him over. What are you doing after that?
I am going to grab that like dangly engine and try to like shift it back into place.
Lex, about this time, you're stumbling through the hallways of the ship. You come around the corner. You see two guys are in the corner right ahead of you. Two guys are in the corner. There's a body on the ground between them, and you see that they're shaking him. They're trying to get him to stir, like that. And you can hear the creaking over the roaring of wind. You can hear the creaking of metal as it sounds like something's being twisted. So Bigsby's hand begins pushing the engine back up into place. As it does so, Ethan literally pulls what looks to be a gun out of his bag. It's not super long, but it looks a lot like Drake's. And Ethan's like, "What? I can't make things on my own?" And he literally just like takes a gun and he's aiming it, and he's like, "Hold me still." And Lex comes up
come over.
behind us, like just grabs onto him, and Ethan's like, "Jesus, you people are quiet."
Our cat, what do you expect?
Our cat, what do you
He is a cat.
He's like,
Actually, in order to keep his arms free for the gun, she's probably holding him by the waist.
by the waist.
By his slutty little waist.
By his slutty little waist.
I have
my
now
God.
decided. I've now decided.
Picks him
Ethan has
off
a
the
slutty
ground.
little waist.
I was gonna say, did you decide he's a twink?
Yeah,
I've decided.
he has a
I've
funny
decided
little-
Ethan is in this drama is being played by Hamasama-kun.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes, we've
I love
Oh
decided.
my god.
It has been decided.
All right,
been decided.
let me make
Call
Ethan
him out.
shot
I
real
can
quick.
see it.
The council has spoken.
Oh, okay.
Council
So-
certainly has.
You see Ethan, and he like is lining up the gun, and as he fires the gun, instead of like just an invisible stream that goes out, which is what normally happens with Drake's gun because he just fires force, a red beam goes out from the gun, and you see it hits where the support had been split apart and torn, and it just starts melting the metal, and it runs together. And the moment the metal starts running and pouring over the other piece of metal, he turns the stream off, and you can see the red hot metal instantly begins to cool. And he does that a few times on a few of the support beams, and he says that, and he's like he's bringing up the gun to use the last support to shoot the last shot on the last support beam he wants to reinforce. And I need Lex and Val to make me perception checks.
Cool.
Maybe a cat, park cat, but she was not distracted by the red dot.
The red
Hey.
dot.
Red dot. It's the red dot.
That is a
Red dot.
dirty 20.
A dirty
The
20.
red dot of destiny.
That is a 7.
The air in front of Ethan is Lex. You have no idea what's going on. There's a red dot.
Nope. Nope.
The air in front of Ethan is suddenly there's areas of the air that are like seem to shimmer, and it's kind of a large humanoid form. It takes up the entire hallway, and you can see that it is rearing back an appendage to slam into Ethan. What are you gonna do?
I reach out with my hand
Mm-hmm.
and from the shadows, a smaller hand about the same size as Val's hand will appear and will attempt to grab the creature by the throat. The hand is basically a skeleton as I cast Chill Touch.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the attack roll.
Oh no, are you kidding me? That is a natural one.
Oh,
Wait,
No.
wait,
No.
Wait.
try that again.
All right, we're gonna do it again.
Love that as a group we've
A
decided now
fucking
ones don't
nat
count.
20, y'all.
Okay.
Yes!
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Captain by captain.
So
Let's
roll
do
your
this.
damage.
All
That's
right.
the
Did you
necrotic,
seriously
isn't it?
go from 1 to
It's
20?
necrotic
Yes.
Yeah.
damage.
Holy
Chill.
shit.
But is that necrotic?
Yep.
I thought so.
For something called Chill Touch, there is no chill
42
involved.
points of necrotic damage.
That fucking hurt.
It's the chill of the grave, man.
And
So
he cannot. He's unable to heal.
yep.
And he has disadvantage on attack rolls against me until the end of my next turn. Baby.
That's only if they're undead, though. Or is
No.
that just in general?
That one is only if they're undead. Yeah, you're right. But outside of that, they can't regain hit points until the start of my next turn.
All right. So I need Lex. Are you gonna do anything? You see the hand shoot out and hit something.
She's taller than Ethan, I assume.
Yes.
Is he done kind of melting the engine into place?
Yeah.
Okay, so she kind of takes him by his slutty little waist and moves around him,
Uh huh.
stay back, grabs the axe out.
All right.
She sees where the hand is, I assume.
Yeah.
She's gonna swing.
I
Swing
would
at the
normally
hand.
give you disadvantage because technically it's invisible, but it's also a large creature in a 10-foot wide hallway.
Yeah.
So
Fair.
And she's aiming at the hand.
yeah.
essentially,
So
we're
you know
assuming.
it gives you
Yeah,
a
it's
center
like
point to aim
just
at.
under the hand.
Gotcha. So go ahead and swing with normal.
That is a 26 to hit.
That definitely hits.
Let's go.
Smacking the taste out of their mouth.
Why are you like this damage? That is a Oh, wait. I
Knock
have
the
to check
highlights
one
out of her
thing.
hair.
The high rolls out of the hair.
Knock the highlights out of her hair.
Because I didn't say I did it beforehand, so we won't. The first attack is just 8 points.
Mm-hmm.
Then I will remember to bonus action rage.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
So I forgot to do that first. And then we will go for our second attack,
Do it.
which is a 28 to hit.
That definitely hits.
Ho, ho, ho. Okay, and then I get to roll this one. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Let's do it.
Come on.
Fuck him up, mommy.
Yes, mommy.
So that was
money.
18 points of slashing damage,
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
and then an additional 13 points of necrotic damage. Because I
Wow.
rolled both the
Oh.
12 and the 6.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot of damage.
Surely is.
You feel the axe get slowed by something, but it doesn't seem super substantial. And after the axe bites into it, you suddenly see the form take the humanoid form take like more visible form as it turns into just a swirling tornado, and it moves over all of you. You, Ethan, and Val. I need you all to make me strength saving throws.
Air elemental?
Huh? Yep.
Air elemental? Oh, fuck.
It's
But
fine.
D.
Those are not fun.
Okay, at 13, I probably will fail that.
15.
Okay. Both of you passed.
Oh,
Let me roll the damage. You're still gonna take half.
Yeah.
You're gonna take half because Ethan failed.
no, Ethan.
Ethan.
Buddy.
I don't know if
That's
it's
not letting me
taking
roll.
more of a beating, Ethan or Drake.
I mean,
Yeah.
if Ethan's anything like Hama, I think he can take it.
If you think it's anything like Hama.
I saw that TikTok.
Who's gonna tell him
Mm,
that he is
yeah.
now cast as Ethan in Kingdoms of Mist? Who's
Okay,
gonna tell
so
him?
Who's gonna tell
um,
him?
Ethan takes 19 points of bludgeoning damage, and the two of you take that's half of 19, so it's 8, so it's 9
Eight.
points of bludgeoning damage.
Nine.
As Ethan is literally ping-ponged off the walls and ping-ponged off of you guys, because that's where your bludgeoning damage comes from. And then Ethan is flung
Concentration
straight
check
down
with
the
the
hallway
stand.
towards where the other guys were taking care of the down
Okay,
dwarf, and he slams into the wall. And he's going to take damage from that.
Oh, shit.
This thing literally took the approach of, oh, they hit a motherfucker with another motherfucker.
Pretty much.
Damn.
And he takes 10 more points of bludgeoning damage as he slams into the wall. And he kind of like, he
Ouch.
slams into the wall and then kind of just falls down. He's prone on the ground, but he's moving. But he
Okay.
but he's like gotten the fuck kicked out of him. So that is all for its turn. I'm going to go ahead and run over to Sam real quick. Drake, I need you to make me another athletics roll.
What? Think this will pass? 17.
Yes,
Okay.
it made it.
It's
That
like,
was a
do I
big
take?
risk.
Do I burn it? Do I risk it? It's like, God says, risk it for the biscuit. All right, well, we'll risk it for the biscuit.
Risk it for the biscuit.
All right. So you basically are keeping the ship steady enough to where you guys are just noticing you were already used to the bucking and buffeting that's already happening. So now it's about nothing. There's no real change. And Sam, you probably, if you're gonna do this as a time frame for rolls, you probably think you've got 3 more rolls to get through the maelstrom. All right. So-
while that's happening, Val will grab his comm.
Mhm.
Red
Two
alert!
emergencies.
Red alert! We have an intruder on the ship. They are insubstantial and dangerous. Red alert!
It didn't move through you. It moved on top of you.
Oh, it's on top
Yeah,
of me.
it's gonna.
Yes, it's air.
It's still there.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
just air.
lovely.
It's just air.
Then
Just start-
we won't do that yet. We won't
Just
do
start
that.
holding your breath. You'll starve it.
You'll starve it.
I don't think it's that kind of air.
No, not that kind of-
Sorry,
I
fucked
know,
up.
I could- Lex is just like grinning, like
Swallow
I
it.
could fight the weather.
It's
I was,
like the weather.
yeah, I was just about to say, like, somebody inhale this motherfucker, just gone.
I don't know. That might pop your lungs like a balloon.
I got
Depends
lungs
on
of
if it comes
steel,
willingly
baby.
or not.
I got lungs of steel.
Phrasing.
All right,
Coming
so
willingly, you say.
we will go back to the top of the
Hey.
round. I'm
Hoping
just
your
gonna
breath
leave
is-
the order you guys went in the initiative. So it's gonna be Sphinx, then Lex, then the air elemental. So Sphinx, or sorry, Val, what are you gonna do?
Cool.
You can now see it. Because it
I can see
basically,
it.
yeah, because it basically picked up a lot of the dust and dirt.
Lovely,
And debris.
lovely, 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 lovely. I
You're
like
technically
it.
inside
I
of it
like
too.
Groovy.
Air elementals can do that.
Well, I like this a lot. This is lovely for me. I'd like to thank everyone for getting me here where I am. It's a great time. Val is going to blink, and as he opens his eyes, 2 more sets of blackened eyes will open above his initial eyes. They will burn with like black and purple energy, and will just outward, like very much like the Cyclops, just a beam as I cast Ralitham's Psychic Lance
Okay.
at 8th level.
Yeah, let's
I
go.
require an intelligence saving throw, please.
I will make an intelligence saving throw.
Not many things have intelligence saves. Not many. Those that do are usually psionically based.
I rolled a 10.
Because intelligence is a dumb
You
stat.
failed.
Fuck
the
no, it
the
ain't.
DC was 17. Have this 11d6 worth of psychic damage. please.
Holy crap.
Ouch!
Sam, that's not even the most.
I know, but still, that's like a what?
Take all 41 of these psionic damage points and
Ouch!
and
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 it's incapacitated until the start of my next turn.
oh, that's the dangerous part. It can't fight back.
the lance
Congratulations.
the lance goes out, ripping through the small maelstrom that's in the hallway. You hear a noise like the wind howling, like that's in this hallway, not coming from outside the ship, and
Yeah.
the maelstrom just dissipates.
Oh shit! I didn't think about
The
that.
little maelstrom in the hallway, that is.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's constantly in motion. If you stop its motion,
It dies.
Gone.
So, actually, you did enough damage in that shot to finish it off.
Oh,
Nice.
that makes more sense too.
I was trying to look at its immunities and see if it was immune to any of that, and it's like, nope.
Very few things
It's
have
immune to a lot of shit.
very
Yeah.
few things
Sonic
have
damage
immunity to
ain't
psychic
one of 'em.
damage.
Nope.
I think only like what, like stuff on the mind, like in the freaking
it's immune to
Mind
8
Flayer
different
tree?
things,
dang, that's more than me.
and it's resistant to 4 different things.
Nice.
So it's just like, it's hard to hurt these fuckers.
Yeah, and usually things that like are insubstantial do not do well with any kind of psionic test.
No, because they're basically just, yeah.
They don't have the thought, the coherent.
So
thought
with
enough.
you there, Ethan actually starts doing some more repair work outside the hull. He gets another spare harness on though, because his harness was broken when he was flown.
Cool.
But he
The Bigby's hand is still holding
Yeah.
up the
Yeah.
engine.
Yeah,
'Cause I passed
you didn't
that
even. You didn't even.
concentration.
Yeah, because you passed your concentration check, and so Bigsby's hand. How long does Bigsby's hand last? A minute, right?
It lasts for a minute. Yeah.
Yeah. So with that, he rushes it, but he does get some more welding done on the actual supports, and he stops and he's finally like, "That should be enough to hold it." He says, "If we can make it out of here quick," he says, "but it's not going to hold it forever. Most of the wood reinforcement is gone, and it's just being held together by the metal framing, the metal support structure, I should say." So. He's like,
"Is there anything we can do to shore up around the structure?"
"We can't go out there, so."
Yes.
It's like, these harnesses will not hold us in place in that.
Then Val just kind of strokes their chin a bit.
What if we
Captain?
use the hand?
This is the can you maintain the hand until we get through the storm? Drake, give me another roll.
What
Alright,
say
baby.
you, Lex?
Come on.
I mean,
Come on.
I'm all muscle.
I'm gonna have to
so
use.
If you need me to hold things, I can. But
All right.
Strap will
That's
not
more
hold
like it.
you. That may be
17.
The ship is still making its way downwards. The ship is still shuddering. Drake, you're holding the ship to right, but it is, like I said, it is incredibly difficult, and you can feel the vessel being just twisted and pulled. It feels like, you know, when anyone gets you in kind of like, you know, in Aikido, where they get you in the joint locks, and as they manipulate the joint lock to make you move and go someplace, how that feels with the torsioning.
All too well.
Well, that's happening all over your body.
Hmm.
It's not to the point where you're taking damage yet, but you can feel that whole just twisting and wrenching
He's
everywhere.
He's focusing through the pain.
Yep.
He is hyper focusing to the point of he is just so hyper focused. Like, if anything is being said in his ears, he's not hearing it.
Oh yeah, that's a given. You could not let your focus waver for a moment with this. All right, so Val,
Yeah.
what are you guys gonna try and do?
Will the last? Because I can't remember. Will the strap hold if we were to strap Lex in and have them try to hold the engine for long enough to try and like shore up the structure?
I'm pretty sure that what Ethan was saying is, and he did say it, even with the straps on, that the winds out there are so ferocious that they would not be able to hold someone in place. I mean, it's a leather strap, but it is basically, that's all it is.
Yeah, we can recast Bigsby's hand a few more times, but depending on how much time we have left, we may need those spell slots for something else.
Well, roughly, we are looking at 2 more minutes at the very minimum.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I can do that.
All right. So with Bigsby's hand, if you stay there at the opening and just keep on recasting Bigsby's hand to hold the engine in place.
I'm holding Lex in place, who is holding the engine.
yes,
Okay. That's interesting. So
We want to do this right.
so I need you to make me strength checks with Bigsby's hand.
Cool.
Yes, Lex.
before he casts you, Captain, I need you to do me one thing. Punch me in the face.
Are you sure?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
right, because of the right. And Val will punch her in the face.
Lex will just take it.
Like every few seconds.
So Lex, you take 1 point of bludgeoning damage.
So I take no bludgeoning damage.
But you were violently attacked.
Yeah.
Perfect. I stay raging.
Bitch
So
slap.
so make me a strength check for Bigsby's.
That is 29.
Okay. You Bigsby's easily picks Lex up, and it's not the strength check for picking Lex up. That's simple. It's for going outside the ship and not being ripped away by the wind. So it floats out and it puts Lex onto the engine points. And Lex, you basically are, you hook one arm around the engine, one of the engine supports, and one arm around one of the supports off the ship, and you're just like trying to get your fingers together to hold the things in place. So Lex, I need you to give me a strength check.
Cool. I went back to raging because I always forget. I get advantage on strength checks when
Yep.
I'm raging.
Yep.
Okay. And advantage. Oh, God, that was a 13. That is not my best.
You are sitting there reaching and stretching, and you're about to clasp your fingers together, and your fingers just split apart, and you lose control of the grip you had. And Val, I need you to make me a strength check on Bigsby to hold on to her.
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine. I believe in you.
All right. That is a 26.
A 26. So you, Lex literally loses a grip on everything and is like just reeling and trying to grab something and almost in a panic. And with Bigsby's hand, though, you manage to hold her there, giving her the opportunity to like re-grab onto the structures. But I'm gonna need you, if you're gonna need to make me another strength check, Lex, in a minute to go ahead and try and reach on and hold it on. I need Drake to make me another roll.
Yep, I want.
All right. It's better. 18.
18? Gotcha. Val?
Yeah.
I'm assuming you're just going to keep on concentrating to keep Bigsby's put her in place? So,
Absolutely.
Lex, I need you to make me another roll to try and get your arms looped in on the two pieces and link your arms together. And I need to make one other roll. Oh, shit.
Okay.
Val, make me a perception check.
Haha, much better.
Okay.
That was a dirty 20.
Gotcha, perfect. So you managed to get your arms together, you clasp your hands, and you're pulling it together. What'd you get in your perception check?
22.
22? Alright, you notice this as well. The supports that Lex is holding together, they seem to be fine. And she's got her arms linked together, and you can see her just concentrating on maintaining that grip. But one of the welds that Ethan placed on one of the struts on the opposite side, like, she's holding it near the top, and on the bottom side of the supports, one of the welds is just tearing apart under the strain of the wind and the engine, and the thrust of the engine itself. And Ethan's like, I see it! I see it! So Ethan is going to attempt to shoot the laser. Oh, shit.
Shoot Lex.
He didn't roll a natural one, so.
Okay.
But he didn't
How-
roll well.
How
So,
far from that support? How far from me is that support?
you kind of have your feet on it. So as
Okay.
Ethan goes to shoot, target the laser support, he misses, and you see the beam go right between your feet.
Oh, cool. So technically, I might be able.
You're
I
gonna.
might be able to do something really stupid.
Are you gonna?
You're gonna kick
put
your leg
foot
into the damage?
beam?
Lex is gonna try to hook her legs around the beam, and
Are you talking about the beam that he's trying to weld?
yes.
Okay, I thought you were putting yourself in front of the I beam, the laser beam.
No,
yeah,
the beam
I
that he's
thought
trying
laser
to
beam
weld.
too.
So you're gonna
She's-
try and hook that. Okay. Make me an athletics check first off.
Come
Okay.
on. Big five, save lives. Let's go.
Watch this one be a higher roll.
Oh, that was only a 14.
Wait, you're raging.
You're raging.
Athletics.
It's
Athletics
a
is
strength check. It's a strength check.
That's the only strength skill.
That is the only strength skill.
You have advantage on it. It's why barbarian grappling is horrifying.
I got a whole 15. Ooh, hold on, let me look at something. No, that does not do anything. Okay.
So, I need you to make me a second athletics check at disadvantage.
Oh no.
Okay. No, we're going back to the physical die because it's much kinder. Okay. Roll higher than that. Huh. Yes, it rolled higher than that. So that is that's a 22.
All right. So you go to try and hook your legs down around the lower beam, but you literally, when you lift one foot off the beam to try and get it underneath the beam, your legs are just kicked out by the wind, and you're still hanging up here, but your legs are just dangling out from underneath you, and you almost lose your grip on the two bars. At which point you just go sailing out because you're no longer in Bigsby's hand.
Mm-hmm.
And so but as you get that, you just kind of you just use core body strength, and you just pull your legs back in and get them planted back down on the beam. So now you're just kind of sitting.
Use Bigsby's hand to be support, extra support.
Yeah, no, that's I was saying that's the other part that helps her out, is that Bigsby's hand is gonna kind of pull her back too. But she got literally blown out of Bigsby's hand for a second.
Oh.
So I need you to make me another roll, Drake.
Squad. Counting on you.
How bad is it?
We may be in trouble.
Hold on. Don't do anything. Try again.
Okay, that's great. That was a 2 on die. With a -1, that would have been a non-natural 1. Okay, thank you, Squishy. You Squishy. It's 18 on die with a -1. That's a 17.
All right.
Okay.
So you bring the ship out of the maelstrom. Now there's still very strong winds here because this is where the wind shears come from, but it's not being piped into that funnel. It's now coming off from different directions. So you're able to navigate the ship out of that. You came through basically over the capital city. So because I'm assuming that's where you wanted to come through anyway. So you would have tried to make the dive in over the capital city. As you're coming out of the capital city, you can see that there is a huge area of a walled fortress. The stone looks pristine. This thing is new. It's just been built. It's a circular wall fortress that goes up to, and it sits and goes into the cliff face along the bottom of this active volcano. It is as you're pulling around, you see that there is no skydock. That all the ships are near to the ground, like on a low dock, and they literally are the ships are all landed to the ground. And you can see that whereas normally a sky ship is just has 3 mooring lines, these ships have 6 mooring lines on each side, and each one is in a berth, and the mooring lines are on the berth, and the berth is not a wooden pier, it's stone piers.
Smart.
So
all the winds makes sense.
So you get down there, and you also see that all the other ships masts have been stowed. You know that your battery is at half. So you made it through with a decent amount of battery. You didn't have to do any because if you have to make extra piloting rolls because you failed your piloting rolls, that's when you start draining your battery because you have to start hitting the thrusters, or you'll have to put the shield, increase the strength of the shields, and that drains your battery faster.
There was definitely batteries that were drained. It just wasn't the ships.
Yeah. So you basically, it's everyone else's Spoon's batteries. But yeah, so you basically get the ship down. You start coming in. As you're coming in, you see. Yeah, you see a winged creature flying up towards you. After a few minutes, you see that it is a griffin, and there is a rider on its back.
Captain, Men are clear to come about deck. We've got a rider on a griffin coming to approach the ship. You may want to get topside.
We're on our way.
And we pull Lex in, put her down, and then we just like, because it's still, we're assuming like just dark in that kind of corridor. It's kind of fade into the wall.
Yeah, because any lanterns... Well, actually, no, they don't use lanterns. They use ever-burning torches. So there still would have been some light, but it's just torchlight. So yeah, there's lots of shadows.
Yeah, fading into the wall, and then appearing out of like the shadow of like where the mast would normally sit, and just.
So as you're coming up on the deck, you see the griffin is... It's a big enough beast where it can fly in these winds, but you can see the griffin is having difficulty. And it quickly banks in and almost stumble lands on the deck of the ship. The rider is, begins like, he's like calming the griffin down because the griffin's obviously very agitated from having been made to flown through this. The rider swings down and it's a dwarf. And he comes walking over to you and he says, we haven't seen ships in weeks. It says, what, do you have cargo?
We are on a mission, so yes, of sorts.
This is, we are getting desperately low on supplies. Do you have anything that...
Did we did like decide to bring stuff with us, didn't we? I vaguely remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we took supply, or we're also
because the dwarves wanted to bring relief supplies in with them.
Yeah.
We have brought relief supplies from which planet are we?
We're on
From Portugal.
But he says anything would help from anywhere at this point. He says make for the first berth near the wall. And he says, and be careful for cross shears. He says, near the wall, the winds get tricky.
Near the walls, the winds get tricky.
In the mind link.
First berth near the wall. Careful of the cross shears. The winds will be tricky.
Oh, yeah, sure. The winds will be tricky near the walls. Got it.
So, compared to the Maelstrom, it is nothing, but you do get some very hard cross shear as you're just dipping right before you dip below the wall. Because of the winds breaking on the wall and ripping upward, you do like get a pretty big jolt right as you're coming down. But you do get into the berth. Your mooring lines are quickly tied up, and they basically are, they secure the ship very, very quickly and very, very deftly. The winds on here are not near the surface, are not as severe, but it's like there is always a strong wind in this place. There is always a strong breeze in this place, and it's almost always going up the side of the mountain.
Fun.
Is the Griffin Rider still on the deck?
Yeah, no, he stayed on the deck of the ship.
Can we see about getting some repairs done to our ship? We sustained some damage to the hull on our way in.
He says, thanks to all the wrecks, we have quite a bit of material to repair ships with.
Oh, well, sad about the wrecks, but good that there is material to spare.
He says, it is incredibly unfortunate that people gave up their lives trying to help my people.
And as he takes the breath, he'll dissipate the shadow aura, and the shadow aura will like kind of seep back into him.
He says, no, go ahead.
We express our sorrow for those who gave their lives.
It's appreciated, but we're incredibly thankful for the sacrifices they made to try and keep our people alive. There's nothing more that we can say that can make up for the loss of their families, and they died heroes.
Yes. Yes, they did.
Because I'm sure the king would want to speak with you, and the base commander from Elatris would want to speak to you. We haven't had any solid news other than sendings, and he says, and those are very limited. He says, so if you would accompany me, we are going to take you directly into address the king.
We shall call our officers as well. They will want to give their own perspective.
Absolutely. Yes, please. We need to get as much information from as many sources as we can. We have literally... it's Cordanthan, sorry. We have literally no idea what is currently happening in the world itself. And so any news we can get would be greatly welcome.
Val will summon the rest of the party.
It'll take Drake a minute to get there, and when he does, he's physically uninjured, but he just looks out of it.
How are you feeling, number one?
I used up every ounce of energy I had to create a blade for us to cut through that storm.
Oh, you did a hell of a job.
Next time you doubt me, stab it.
When have we ever doubted you, Drake?
Oh, when I said I'll take us through that fucking storm.
Was that doubt or was that encouragement?
Oh, don't you play mind games with the guy with psychic knives. You're not going to win that one.
Don't you play with psychic knives with the guy that can melt your brain from the inside.
You know what these things feel like. I will gladly reintroduce you.
Yes, we do. And if you ever do that to us again, you know what's coming.
Good.
It's at this moment that Lex comes up, wraps her arms around Drake and Val.
We were thinking
looks
the
Drake
same
and goes,
thing.
I fought air.
Yeah.
We're thinking
Yes,
the same
we
thing. See,
did, and
while
you
Lex
were
wants to
amazing.
hug them, Utopia just pushes them together, and it's like you two are going to hug right now, and then we're going to go.
I can
We're
barely
just
move
busting
my
each other's
arm.
chops, daughter.
I don't care. I don't care. You're going to hug.
All right.
Drake
Callie
tries
has
and he's
skipped
like
up to the
struggling
griffin
to
and she's
move
trying to put
his
the griffin.
arms. Like,
Good enough.
It's okay. He doesn't have to move his arms. Val puts his arms around Drake's arms. It's like,
You did really well, number one.
did to be done. Got us here safely and
And
alive.
since you're very tired, I'll take the moment to say that was extremely heroic and wonderful of you. And then she just walks off.
Ah!
She's walking off at like a clip because she knows that Drake can't keep up.
I am so setting up traps.
I'm so setting up traps.
navigator of the maelstrom.
Ooh.
Tyrell.
Oh, that's a good one.
Salvation.
One of these days, you're going to walk out of your room, and a bucket of water is going to mess up the hair you just did, Utopia. Just you wait.
Just you wait.
Just you wait.
So
All that time on makeup and hair down the drain in moments.
So
That's
you guys,
fine. Camille likes to mess it up anyway, and she's gonna walk a little faster.
Camille's like walking behind Utopia, and she's just like, she's still learning trash talk. I think. I just.
Yeah, she's doing her best. She's doing her best.
She's doing her best.
It's all right.
Drake's gonna have a fucking stroke.
Do you
He's
need
so
a
hot as
hand?
shit. I love him so much.
What I need is a strong fucking drink.
The dwarf who's walking with you, and the griffin's kind of following behind you. The dwarf who's walking with you, just like he like just reaches into his vest, and he pulls out a flask and he just hands it up.
Appreciate it.
We like you.
That's about 151 proof rum.
Good. I'm trying. It's like it'll help numb
Drake can
psychic
handle that.
fatigue. When you burn through almost your entire reserves,
Yeah, you need a
less than
rest.
3 minutes when you're holding it for that long. Feels like your mind is made of a blanket that's slowly being pulled apart.
That sounds fun.
It's really nice.
The dwarf riding the griffin is nodding, and he's like, the maelstrom has killed pilots. In the chair.
Yeah. He literally is like gonna realize the thing's still just take the thing, put his back in his little socket.
Drake is no ordinary pilot.
He's like, no one who makes it to the maelstrom can be considered an ordinary pilot anymore.
I mean, I flew a small stealth fighter through a demon.
Didn't you die that time?
He
As
like
far as I can remember, I walked it off.
he like died. He like died.
I was there too
He
in the ship
semi-died.
with you, and like, it was real close.
It's
Die
okay,
is
yeah.
still in
That
the
doesn't-
word.
Am I walking
That doesn't
afterwards
stick.
or not?
So as you're walking
Only
towards the
because of
wall,
the night mother.
the walls are about 30 feet tall, and so they're very, very tall. And from when you were coming down, you could tell that they were wide enough at the top for 2 carts to go in either direction. So as you're coming up to the wall, there is a huge archway that's also big enough for 2 carts to go in either direction. And you walk through the archway, and you can see that in the front part of the archway, there's one set of porticuses that are raised, and in the inside portion of that, there's another set of porticuses. And you can see that all through the arches, there are arrow holes, murder holes.
Well, it's a good thing that's there. Don't know
He's-
how well that's going to do against flyers, though.
He says the winds keep most flyers at bay. He says what we have to worry about is the things that come across the land.
Crawlers.
Well, at least the demons will have to be on foot.
It's not demons.
Oh, you haven't met demons yet? Oh.
No,
What
we're
are you
dealing with the
referring to?
elementals.
Well, you're
we
going to be
met
dealing
one of
with the
those.
demons in about a week and a half.
Elementals?
Oh yeah, I fought air.
We fought an air
Oh,
elemental in the ship.
Lex got to stab air.
I'm so
I've never
I'm
met
zoning
an
out
elemental.
that bad.
He says the earth elementals can literally come up to the floor. He says the air elementals can control the wind around them. He says the fire elementals can walk through the freezing tundra and not be diminished.
I need to see them all.
He says the only elemental we don't see on a regular basis is the water elemental. But they can sometimes come through in the underground streams that we get water from, and then we get attacked from deep inside.
Well, it looks like we're going to need to talk to your leaders, as the thing controlling these elementals, the thing leading them, is our target.
Are there any nearby?
Elementals? I don't
Callie?
Sally's asking.
Callie, no.
I hope not.
Have been-
I just want to see him. I
Callie
just
can.
want to see him.
Oh, I'm sure we'll see them when we're going to kill them, and when they're trying
Allie,
to kill us.
why do you wish to see an elemental so badly?
So that I can be an elemental, like the squid.
That's a valid
Oh.
point, actually.
That's
We'll
fair.
cross that bridge when we
That's
come to it. For
advantageous.
now, let's get this meeting over with and make it as short as possible. Because if I have to expend any more strain with these psychic abilities,
You rest, Drake.
So
you want me to
inside
carry him?
inside the walls, there are buildings that are 2 to 3 stories tall. So basically, almost as tall as the wall itself. All the buildings are flat roofed. All the buildings are made of stone. There's not a single wooden structure you can see anywhere. The structures all have like ladders or stairs going up on the outside, on the inside. There's no ladders or stairs, I should say, on the outside of the buildings visible. So that means that they're basically all the passages going up are through the inside of the building. There are the city is kind of in a half arch, and there is one central lane that goes through the middle of the city going out towards the wall. The wall has a street that goes along the outside edge of it. It's divided into five quadrants, and in those 5 quadrants there is about a dozen buildings in each quadrant, but there's not a lot of physical structures on the ground out here, and you can tell that almost all the physical structures are not houses. Most of the physical structures out here seem to be there's smithies, there's tanners, there's a lot of the stuff that requires like ventilation to be done on a regular basis, because tanning is pretty disgusting and toxic and stuff like that. So
most of the living quarters is probably underground.
Yeah, and so but built into the cliff face there is a giant doorway, and inside the doorway, set in the doorway, is 2 giant square steel doors that are about 18 feet tall and almost that wide. And you can see there's 2 like runnels in the ground, channels that come out in a curve away from the doors. And one of the doors is open, and you can see at the bottom of the door there's a giant steel wheel that is in that channel. And so the doors basically are open and closed by rolling along that track. The other thing you can see about that is the track could be easily jammed or blocked with stones or anything else to where the door couldn't open. There is, but as you come in, like I said, the door is swung open. And so as you walk into this archway, you come into a huge underground cave that goes back. And at the back of the cave, and you can see this only because of how brightly lit up it is, you can see what looks to be a waterfall of lava falling from the top arch of the cave down into a giant pool of lava. And the street that goes down here goes all the way down to the edge of the lava pool, which in estimation is probably about 3/4 of a mile away. And you can see that this entire place is, there's buildings built in here, there's houses, there's all kinds of structures built in here, and the place is still packed full of people. Thank Gen Con. It is like there's people everywhere. And that's because this was originally the capital city, but now it's literally the city where everyone who's still alive on this planet lives.
Wow.
Those who could make it here somehow made it here. And so he takes you through, and he walks you straight back to, you walk the 3/4 of a mile back, and then just to the left of the pool of lava, there is a large structure cut out of the facade of the rock face, and that it looks like and the rock looks like it's volcanic rock. It's black, but it's not porous. It's that basalt, so it's very much that smooth surface rock, and a pretty much what looks to be a keep has been carved out of the stone, and it's just been cut out of the stone. And you can see that in the battlements to the left and right of the gates, you can see that there's dwarven guards up there in the battlements with crossbows. And you can see that there is dwarves walking the parapets and the walls. And as you come up, there is a gateway with a porticus, and there is a drawbridge, and the drawbridge is made out of metal. And underneath the drawbridge, there is about a 20-foot wide channel, and there is lava running from a fissure on the other side of the castle that runs through the moat and into the pool of lava on the other side. And as you're walking over it, it is insanely hot. There's waves of heat coming off of it. The metal under your feet, through your soles of your feet, is warm.
This is very different than the caves I grew up in.
And the dwarf looks at you funny. He's like, "You grew up in caves?
Yeah.
Aren't you an elf?"
She's very unique for an elf.
Yeah.
You're very dirty, but you don't look like you have gray skin or black skin or anything else like that, or blue skin.
No, I'm a wood elf.
Oh. And you were underground.
Don't.
Yeah.
Just don't.
Were you in prison?
It's a
Oh no! Here we go.
We were just we thought we were in hiding for something, so we went underground and we lived underground for a really long time. But we're moving out now.
I don't know what to say to that. I guess if you want to move out, then congratulations.
No one knows what to say to that except. Yeah.
So as he goes, he's walking across the drawbridge. As he comes across the drawbridge, on the other side, to either side of the gateway where the porticuses are down, there are two dwarven guards in full plate mail, carrying with halberds at their sides. One of them steps forward, and the gentleman who rode the oh, by the way, the griffin did not follow you inside. He did his high-pitched whistle when he got near the gate, and it just took off and flew upwards. You don't know where it went. But he comes back in, and he walks up to him. And he says, "The king sent for these." And the guard kind of nods, and he like just takes the polearm, and you see it has a metal spike on the end, and he just like taps the spike, and it rings off of the basalt, and there's with two like really high pitched chimes, and then the porticus goes up.
Morse code, kind of, sort of signaling.
Yep. No, the drawbridge is already down. But the porticus goes up, and you guys are led through, and you come into an open area for like a keep, and then directly across from you is the bailiwick, which is the center of the keep, and you guys walk towards it, and as you're walking towards it, a dwarf comes walking out of it with two guards on either side of him, who the guards don't look like the guards outside the gate. They look very much disheveled, kind of dirty, kind of Callie-like. They're each wearing chainmail armor, full chainmail armor, and you can see that the chainmail has hooks all over it, barbed hooks.
Oh fuck! No, I ain't fucking with these guys. I know what these guys are.
They each have hand axes in holsters on their sides. One of them has a completely shaved head that's just riddled with fucking scars, and the other one is wearing a helmet which looked like it had two horns on it at one time, but they're both gone, so it just has the two little things there. And the king is walking up, and he's got robes of state on, but like they're not fastened. They're kind of just swinging loose and open. You can see under the robes he's wearing like very nicked up, beat up plate mail armor, and he has a axe strapped to his chest that is covered with the blade is covered with some kind of big leather sheath over it. And he comes walking up that covers the entire axe head. But you can you see the handle sticking out of it, and the handle looks like it's made of gold. And he comes walking up. Oh, and it looks like it's an axe head with an axe blade on one side and a hammer on the other side. And he comes walking up, and he kind of like looks at you all, and he puts his hand out to the first person in who's coming up towards him, and he says, "Well met, Jacob Strongbar."
Valestein O'Call. Pleasure and an honor, Your Majesty.
He's like, yeah, Majesty, whatever. It says, sorry, we don't hold the formalities. Yeah, I'm the king. Got it. It says, the original ruling family died in the cataclysms. So, he says, what type of supplies did you bring? We saw that it was a very large ship. We're hoping for food.
Actually, Drake will do something real quick.
What?
Strain a little bit, but he'll set up the link for everyone in the group.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, I don't know how much supply. Once it's set up, it's like, I don't know how much supplies we have, considering the scope of people here in need. But I have an idea.
I have a thing I would like to this is a player.
Mhm.
I have the create food and water spell.
Yes.
Yep.
I was
Does
going to
that
say,
help?
Yes.
for those who have that,
I have
that
create
works.
food and water, and
And
I
there's
have
another-
3 spell slots that I could use for that.
and there's another goal. That'll feed about 10 people if I remember correctly.
Yep.
But there's another trick. All of us have a blank check.
I don't know what a check is.
God.
Out of character. We all have a blank check from the Fae.
Oh.
Yeah, Val's not gonna use that.
That's tricky wording.
That's dangerous.
Yeah.
Except
Also,
we were specifically
aren't you not
told when
supposed
we
to
were
eat
given
fake
that
food?
no strings attached. This is
But
their
it's the Fae.
It's the Fae.
Fae.
No, we don't trust that. You could trust that if you like.
Kidding, I have another use for that intention. I'm just saying it's an option.
I wash my hands of fake coin.
I wash my hands of.
I mean, I'll take
As
it.
did Val.
Callie has no idea. Callie's like, we got a coin that does something? Okay, cool. The player, I'm not fucking with the Fae, man.
So
Mm-mm.
Jacob, the King Strongbar, looks at you all and he says,
Val will explain like what to
Mhm.
answer the king's question. We'll explain what cargo we have.
He says it's better. He says we've had priests around the clock doing create food and water. He says we have some crops that we can grow here, mushrooms, other typical foods from the Underdark, but a lot of the people from the surface don't tolerate it very well. He says, and we need to supplement that. He says we've been trying to plant crops on the sides of the mountain, but although there's not a lot of soil left, and the heat from the mountain doesn't go out far enough to where we can do anything on any of the flatland.
We're here to resolve a problem that's going to eliminate your need to solve many of these problems.
And what problem would that be?
We're here to kill the invading elemental that's causing all of the other elementals to rise up.
He says, interesting. You know this elemental?
We know where they are, but know we'll need some way to protect us from the heat of the volcano to get there.
He kind of chuckles. He's like, we live in the volcano. We know how to protect ourselves from the volcano.
That is good.
And we can supply you with methods to protect yourself from the volcano.
That would be fantastic.
He says, but the thing I need to know is what are your intentions? Because, and as he says because, from the same doorway he came out of, hang on, was it 3? Yeah, 2 humans come out of the doorway. One of them is dressed in the uniform of the Elatran army, and the other one is wearing very fine garments. And he comes and he says, and as he's walking out the door, he says, "I would think that that King Strongbar is trying to say that his associates would also like to know what your intentions are, as we would be the ones having to deal with any repercussions from your actions." And the other guy standing beside him, who is a very tall man, fills out the uniform completely, wide, broad shoulders. He's got like a lot of stubble, but it's going to peppering to gray. But he still looks very, very fit. He has a long sword on one hip. There's a shield on his back. He has the insignia. Drake, you would recognize it. He has insignia on his uniform as a commander in the Elatran army.
At least Army's a bit more respectable than Navy in Drake's eyes.
Yeah. So, and he is basically he's a company commander, which means he has an entire company under his command. That's 200 people, And but the other guy doesn't wear any type of insignias. And he comes like, allow me to introduce myself. I am Marcus Kimber. He says, I am the Elatran ambassador to Kyrell, and I am in charge of liaisoning with the Elatran supplies that have been coming in and making sure they keep flowing, so you can understand my concern that nothing has come in for weeks. And this is Drendir de Engis. He is the commander of the Elatran garrison here. The Elatran garrison was established here at the behest of the king to help maintain order, since he does not technically have a standing army, although there is one in training, for what I understand.
Well, it seems they're going to be put into use here very shortly. There's a demon invasion that will be here in about a week and a half. We're here to try to cut that off.
And
There's
how do
two
you know
sources.
this?
For other reasons too.
There's two sources of power that are allowing these invading forces to thrive and keep on returning. We're here to take them off the board.
He goes, the 5 of you.
Dude,
Val
I
will
just
walk.
pulled an engine onto a ship. Do you really think I can't do this?
We're quite scary.
I killed a dragon a couple of days ago.
Allow me to introduce.
We
Allow us
split
to
the
introduce
Red
ourselves.
Pirate's ship in half.
I guess we aren't
Riots.
introducing ourselves at all.
Yeah, no, we're just gonna brag now for a minute. It's fine.
I'm
Apparently.
too pissed off and tired for formalities.
Val is going to just walk up to
Oh, God.
the ambassador,
Oh God.
if you allow, and
Oh,
will
God.
reach a hand up to their head.
And he's
It'll
like,
be a lot easier to. It'll be a lot easier for us to transfer information this way.
he says, I'm afraid as an ambassador of Kyrell, I cannot allow anyone into my mind. I hold state secrets, you understand.
It will be a one-way situation. Basically a download.
I appreciate your giving your word, but as a representative of the Elatran government, whatever there may be of it now, there is nothing I can do that would allow me to allow you into my
As
head.
he's talking,
Fair
Utopia just
enough. We
kind of
just walk over to the king.
No, as he's talking, Utopia kind of clanks up to him and like puts the warhammer down and kind of like leans on it. Ayla's gone. Evertree almost fell. There's almost nothing left of whoever it was you answered to. We're here to help, and we've survived everything that's happened so far. We don't have time for this.
My daughter, our
Demons.
daughter speaks the truth.
We've killed demons, shadow dragons, abominations of
We can
undead.
handle it. We're here on behalf of the Mist Mother, of the Night Mother. We know the Lady of Justice is here. We've met her. She's trapped here, and we need to help her. The sooner we get that done, the sooner you don't have thousands of demons to deal with. So, please.
My crew speaks the truth.
And hey, if we fail, we're not your problem anymore.
Oh,
Also
if we fail, no one will be anyone's problem anymore. There'll be nothing
She's
left.
the scariest one here. She
And
can. And,
the ambassador's kind of looking
at
back
a
and forth,
will,
back and
she can
forth through all
transform
of
into-
you as you're all talking almost at the same time. And finally, the gentleman in the military uniform steps forward, and his voice is very, very clipped and very brusque. And he says, "What are you going to do?" Exactly.
We are going to find the sources that are allowing these tears into this realm.
And
we're
fuck 'em
going
up.
To eliminate
Destroy
And
them.
Where
the
are these
elemental
sources?
in charge.
One is at the heart of this volcano. It's a device that's been here for a very long time. And it's acting as a beacon to draw all of these beings from other realms to the Mist Mother. It was part of the original wound that caused her to lash out. We're here to get rid of it so that the tear can't be opened again. And presumably with it, hidden here, is the Lady of Justice, the third piece of the Mist Mother. She's imprisoned. With her release, the three pieces of the Mist Mother will be able to act together again and hold everything back together so she can start healing, and there won't be all of these ways for these things to get in. We've already closed off the Feywilds. Won't be bothered by that anymore. But
And the
this is still a
Shadowfell.
problem.
You didn't close off the Shadowfell.
I don't think we
The
did. anything
Shadowfell and the
with Shadowfell.
Feywilds are directly connected.
No,
they don't
I
have
said that
control
there's
of the
creatures.
Shadowfell.
They're connected to each other, yes, but
Yeah.
they're also connected here.
Yeah,
They
So
say
they-
it's
We just
material
closed off the
plane.
mist.
Yep.
We just
Yeah.
closed off the Feywild.
yeah, we closed
Yeah,
off
yeah.
the
So they
Feywild.
can
And you
still
didn't.
come up from
And
the
remember, you
Shadowfell, they
technically
just
didn't
can't
close
down.
off the Feywild. You entered into a treaty
Yes,
with the leaders
yeah.
of the Feywild, who agreed to stop moving troops to the Feywild and stop sending their troops through.
That doesn't mean that there's not going to still be sneaks.
Yeah, and that was
but
also
it's not going to be entire companies.
Yeah,
you
there's
know?
not going to
Yeah.
be an army coming through. They'll just be the normal creatures from the Feywild that'll come through and fuck with people.
Yeah,
Because
but
Feywild.
that's not as nearly as bad.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jacob turns around and he looks at him and he says, "Commander," he says, "I think that we don't have any choices at this point. You've got 200 troops. I've got 1,000 trainees." He says, "We can't keep trying to fight off these skirmishes. And if there is an army coming, there is nothing we can do to fight off an army." It
To
says,
be the bearer of bad news, but killing that thing down there and breaking whatever it is that's letting them in, that's your best chance. If that fails, there won't be a city.
he says, he kind of shakes his head and he says, he says, "I am going to provide them access to the lower catacombs, no matter what."
Appreciate
This is-
it.
He kind of he nods to you and he looks at the commander and he's like, "If you want to try and deploy your troops to stop them for some reason," he says, "I may have green recruits, but they will stop you at my command."
No need, I can get around it easily enough.
200 guys? That's nothing. That's a walk in the park. I can take them on myself.
I'm really good at sneaking through caves.
And also, really, do you guys really want to fuck with people who were specifically chosen by the Night Mother?
Or better
And
yet,
the Miss
how
Mother.
about someone who can turn into a cosmic horror at the
we
blink of
should
an
have
eye?
led with that.
So Captain Dingus puts up his hand and he says, "I didn't say I was going to stop you."
Oh, I'm just discouraged.
He looks at the king and he says, "I know we've had our differences on how the city is run with all the chaos that's come through in the past year." He says, "But there is no word coming from Elatris." He says, "And according to these people, there won't be for probably a long time." He says, "The only hope we have is finding some way to survive here now." And he kind of looks at you and he's, "No, I understand. I'm saying you're the only piece of information we have from Elatris. And what you're telling us is Elatris has basically fallen."
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
And he says, "If that's the case, then," he says, "firstly, I'm going to dispatch the cruiser that we have in reserve. Because if Elatris has fallen, there will still be some of our naval stations that we can pool resources from. But we can't do that unless we can get word to them. So I'm going to dispatch our cruiser."
I don't recommend that.
He says, "I understand, but we
Yes,
have
so there's a literal like horde of demons heading this way.
He says, "If the cruiser
So your
can,
ship's gonna get fucked up before it can get anywhere.
he
If you
says,
can get out there in under a week and get the word out and back, you may be safe.
He says, "Our cruisers can do a lot." He says, "But we're not going to send it out to fight an army. We're going to send it to get to the nearest naval station to get reinforcements. If we can get some of the Navy here, then maybe we can slow the army down. The nearest naval base He says, is only 3 days out. And Drake, you have no idea what he's talking about because there's no naval base you know of 3 miles away from this planet.
Like, no, they've been setting up shop in other areas. I'm not surprised.
He says, and it just happens to have a shipyard.
Oh, wow, what do you know? Random ship.
He says, so we can hopefully bank. So we can hopefully have at least a small flotilla to help us slow that army down. He says, and if we can get some of those Marines down to the surface, we can bolster our own troops in case the demons actually manage to make landfall.
If I'm gonna be completely honest, the winds will probably do more damage to those things than our ships will.
He kind of like sighs and he says, we at this point, even a desperate hope is still hope.
He has a point.
He says, so he
It can't hurt to let them do what they're able to.
He turns to King Strongbar and he looks at me and says, by your leave, I'm going to go dispatch my ship. And King Strongbar looks at him and just nods. And he just like turns on the hill and walks off. And you can see that Kyber is kind of looking at him and looking at Jacob. And he's like, what about the Elatran government? What are we supposed to do in the meantime? And
There's
Jacob
no one left. They're
There
gone.
is no government. It is gone.
There's no one left. Ayla fell first. Whoever was ruling, I'd be surprised if their bloodline hasn't been wiped out at this point.
Ayla didn't fall first. Ayla was targeted first. It was targeted because that's where the concentration was. They cut off the head.
Yes, they were smart. They were very smart about that. There is no government left. We'll have to start from scratch once this is over.
The liaison kind of looks at you all and he says, I'm going to... And he kind of looks at King Jacob and he says, King Starbar, and he says, I need a few moments. I'm going to try to reach out once again. And Jacob says, we've tried sending. No one your cleric knows has received any messages. And
We know of one.
the king says, we have to keep trying, Your Highness. And he says, Jacob says, you may go do as you wish. And so the liaison spins on his heel and just starts walking back into the palace. And he's like,
stubborn sods.
He's like,
always.
The man has been using that cleric has been using all of his energy all day long, trying to reach out to the people he knew on Elatris, and he hasn't been able to contact anyone.
The only person we were able to contract on Elatris is technically dead. Technically.
That's true.
There is the spindle, still. Or what's left of the spindle.
Barely.
Yes.
Jacob says, if Elatris has taken this much damage and suffered this much, then we cannot count on that for a source of supplies.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
He says, where you said you just came from where again? Oh no, you said you came from Cordanthan.
Mm-hmm.
He says, was there any word from the High King? Is he willing to send supplies? I know you probably weren't there. You weren't there as our liaisons in any way, shape, or form. But
yes, but he wishes to be entirely clear. He does. At this time, he and the Elatrans are not allies.
He says, I don't know what there's left of the Elatrans. So at this point, I can't count on the Elatrans for support because they're obviously going to be more concerned with their home. And if this has happened this recently, I'm sure that whatever naval resources the commander is going to reach out to have either found out about it and are headed home or were summoned home. He says, I doubt they're going to be able to provide us any support whatsoever. I'm being realistic. It's my job.
We understand. He was able to send some supply with us. We have some from the spindle brought with our crew. Cordenthal might be able to provide support. We just have to deal with the imminent threat first, right?
There's one more
Sounds
thing.
about right.
Oh boy. Oh god, here we go.
And Jacob looks at you expectantly. He's like, what else do you have to do?
Whoa.
While in Cordenthal, we managed to broker a peace with the Fae. In doing so, we were each granted a boon. This boon was a blank check. They owe us. For the Fae, that means there is no limit. A debt is a debt. We can ask for anything, and so long as within their power, they will grant it. No
I'm not
strings
familiar with the Fae. We've seen reports of some of them being here, but they apparently do not find this area very hospitable, so we've not seen many of them. Just some of the ones that are more, I guess, accustomed to being in this environment. It says, what does that mean for us? What type of powers do the Fae have? What can they do?
Well, I mean, if you give me like 12 hours, I can probably help your crops.
The crops?
Yes.
I mean,
She's very good.
you can have all the time you need if you can help us grow anything other than fungus. And
Oh, well, I know a lot of.
we do still have some. We have some Rothi, but they are being used mainly for milk at this point. We do not have enough to be able to butcher them for meat. We're animal husbandry takes much longer than farming.
It's very, very difficult. However, I'm a druid. I'm actually studying under the Archdruid of Evertree. So, if I had some time, I could probably fix the crops. But we kind of have to stop the demons first.
Are you going with them to stop the demons?
Well, I have to.
But that means you could die.
That's very unlikely.
You just told me that you could possibly save our crops.
Yes.
And now you're telling me you're going to go somewhere where you could possibly die.
Have you seen her transform into a creature that can break a ship in half?
Well,
I've
no,
not seen her work.
I mean,
I've
That's
seen
one
an
thing.
18-foot tall ice demon pound on a stone wall and put cracks in it.
Oh, that's like comparing a field mouse to a lion. What she can.
every creature can fall. Yes. But I have a few fail safes. I'm also very gifted in necromancy.
In what?
You heard her
Necromancy.
correctly.
I have skills with dead.
He kind of like just like rubs his eyes. He's like, he says, when do you need access to the crypts?
We need time to first recover, then to gear up.
The trip here was a bit
Someone
more
needs a
to get.
nap.
Fuck you.
You're not my type.
He says,
You try piloting through that storm. See how you
He's-
feel
he
afterwards.
says,
Settle
fine.
down.
We
in
will
the
we will give you rooms in the keep. You can get rest. We will feed you. We will get you items that will help you resist the temperatures and the heat down below. He says,
There is one thing.
what?
There's a tool we may be able to find here that may ensure that this thing we kill doesn't return as some of the others have. Right when we find the underground markets.
Where can we find the underground? What?
The underground markets.
Markets.
Oh, oh shit. So he says, he says, there's vendor markets all throughout the city. He says they've basically had to go to more of an open air scenario because a lot of the shops have been converted into living quarters. They said, actually, if you go to the hub, which is a central part of the living area, they've actually kind of converted that into an open air market.
Our
Drake
second
just-
in command
Drake-
is referring to the black market.
Yeah, Drake's just as he said, just gonna look at Val like,
There is an extensive criminal network, unfortunately, that has sprung up in the chaos. I'm sure if you go to some of the worst locations in the city, you will find what you're looking for.
oh, that shouldn't be hard for me now.
You need to rest first.
Literal
You nap.
description.
You
is
look like
necessary.
you're going to pass out.
And he goes, he turns around and he looks at one of the guys in the chain. He's like, show them inside, set them up with the steward of the keep, have him set them up with rooms and food. And this is the bald guy with all the scars. And he goes like, he kind of looks at him and he's like, all right, I don't care. And he kind of turns around and he starts walking off. And he's like, fucking follow me.
Oh my god, it's Tuck.
Just as they're walking, just in the mental link, it's like, if I'm correct on this, and I'm pretty sure I am, those two are battle rangers.
You say that
What was
like
your
it
first
means
clue?
something.
Callie just
Spike
humming
armor
as
and
she skipped
helmets,
after this.
Those are dwarf
guy guy.
berserkers that you do
Question.
not want to cross.
Question.
Yes.
Bet.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Question. Are battle rangers a dwarf thing specifically?
Yes.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Okay, I speak dwarvish. I might know some stuff about them.
Okay. Make me a history
The
check.
character, not the player. I don't
Absolutely.
know shit about anything.
Absolutely.
I don't know shit
Make me a
about
history
that.
check.
Have you ever seen a barbarian covered in spikes?
Yes, we've seen a
specialized in-
barbarian. She's
No, no,
right
no.
here, and she's
No,
about
no,
to
no.
throw
Let
herself
me
at him
finish my fucking sentence.
for shiggles.
A barbarian that focuses in grappling and unarmed combat and
man.
close quarters combat, literally throwing themselves into hordes of enemies and rolling on them, turning themselves into a living wood chipper.
Sounds like a good time.
That is what a
Nobody
battle
sounds
ranger
fun.
is. They are.
You're saying that out loud, right?
No, we're in the mind link.
Oh, on the mind link. Got it.
They are the guys you do not want to fight because hitting them hurts you, and then they hurt you more. It is a battle of attrition that in most situations they do not lose.
Only physically.
So he takes you inside. He walks you through a couple of rooms. There's the entryway which has two staircases that go up. There is a set of doors at the other side of the entry. The entryway is about 20 feet across, 20 feet. And so he goes across the doors. He opens the doors, and inside those doors there is a feast hall, which currently this has people kind of moving through it. There's some people sitting at bent tables eating, but most everyone seems to be milling around. There's a lot more people inside the keep than you would expect. They're almost all dwarves. He walks up to one of the dwarves who's sitting at the table, and he says, "Fenret." And the guy looks up and he's like, "Oh, Jesus Christ. What do you want?" And he says, "The king wants you to give these bastards rooms and feed them and do all those other things you do to people who come here to stay here." He says, "I've got better things to do." And he turns around and he walks off. And Fenrir goes, "Jesus Christ."
Nice to meet you.
He's like, I am so sorry. The king has a soft spot for those morons. So, you are our guest, I assume.
Yes.
And Sphinx,
Thank
if you can
you
hear me,
for
I think you froze.
Yeah, Sphinx froze for me too.
Oh, he's super laggy.
He's slowly unfreezing. But he says,
He's thawing.
"Very well. I will get your
Charlie.
rooms." And he says, "Just give me a few moments. I'm going to send some attendees to go and make sure we have rooms available." He's like, "Would the ladies mind sharing a couple of rooms? We are obviously very overcrowded. We're gonna have to move some people around."
We could have a slumber party. We should all have one room.
And Camille kind of like looks at you. He looks at you, Camille. Looks at you, Callie, and she kind of like, it sounds like a wonderful idea. But since you guys are gonna go descend into hell soon, I would just like some private time with my girlfriend.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
That's cool. We can have a slumber party after. That's okay.
Sure. Yeah.
We'll have a thank God we all lived summer party.
That would be lovely.
If there's no alcohol involved, don't expect me to show up.
Of course there's
Why would
alcohol.
No alcohol.
We survived the end of the world. Again.
So
Well, I don't know. I was
best
told
way
that
to
if you need
survive not
alcohol and have
dying
a
is
good
almost
time, you're
dying.
just boring.
No, the best way to celebrate almost dying
It's
Or
almost
Going back to
like
that
again.
brothel.
is to almost die. Oh shit, we lost Fake.
yeah, I saw it.
No.
He's coming back. I'm admitting him now. He has been admitted. You okay, Sphinx?
I think his internet has the COVID.
No, you're muted again, buddy.
Yeah, I think when you join the call late, it auto mutes you.
There it goes.
My network is being stupid and it's late as hell.
Yeah,
So
we're
what
getting
I'm
ready to go.
hearing
We're getting
is your network has the COVID.
so
Damn it, it's in the computers.
So
It's
he's gonna get you
probably
guys.
just
He'll get you guys set up with rooms. Camille and Utopia will be in one room. Callie and Lex will be in another room, and Val and Drake will be in another room. Okay. So you get your separate rooms. You guys will be able to get a long rest from this, and we will start the next session in the castle in Cairo.
Let's go. We're in Cairo.
Oh,
It begins.
Yep. Yeah, I've always had Cairo being assaulted by elementals, so I was just like, it's gonna be fun. All right, so
So excited.
we're gonna go ahead and see. We're gonna go say goodnight to everybody. Because we have some people who need to take off, we're gonna say goodnight to you guys. Because we have people that need to get off the call as quick as possible. But we love you all very much. At Dinner Game, we always save you a seat at the table where you can find these amazing people and all the things they create there. Do us a favor, stay safe. We know how bad COVID is out there because most of us have it, and we want you to be careful. Wear a mask where you can. Social distance where you can, and do come back and join us every single time you can for all of our shows. And we are going to go ahead and put the outro up, and then the stream ending stream will come up, and you guys will be able, we'll let you know who we're going to be rating when that comes up. So we'll see you guys later. Have a good night.